The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing. AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hi everyone, and welcome to Weathertech Raceway, Laguna, Seca for the Double 7 this weekend of the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, brought to you live here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, bringing you live flag-to-flag coverage again this weekend as Champ Car has returned to the historic Monterey Peninsula. So let's take a look at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, courtesy of Google Earth, as we head out onto the front straightaway on this anti-clockwise racetrack. The pit's off to the left here as we head down that long front straightaway, climbing to the bridge, and then a descent as we go through turn 1. Just a kink to the left, taking us down into the Andretti hairpin, a double apex left-hander. That leads us through turn 3 with the setup for a rather fast turn 4, trying to keep the car on the racetrack, easy to get off into the sand on the left there. Bit of a kink to the right as we head under the Mother's Bridge towards turn 5. Then begins the climb uphill as we go under another bridge to the very fast turn 6. Drivers trying to maintain their speed as they begin the climb up Rahal Straight. Through turn 7, that sets the car up then for the world-famous corkscrew at turn 8 with a 450-foot drop down to Rainy Curve known as turn 9. Then downhill again into turn 10, a very fast right-hander, continuing to drop now into turn 11, the slowest part of the racetrack, but also the most important corner as it leads us out onto the front straightaway. And that's a look at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Distance of 2.238 miles, 11 turns, opened in 1957 with an 80-foot elevation change, and also home to the world-famous corkscrew. And that is what our teams will be facing this weekend. Weather today, about 54 degrees out there right now, with a little bit of drizzle coming down, surprisingly. High's supposed to be about 57 degrees today. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop. Doc, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Paulie. How are you?
I'm doing pretty darn good, sir.
Well, that's good to hear.
And how are you, my friend? I know you're not feeling the greatest, but you're with us.
No, but I'll live, unfortunately.
Well, speaking of excitement, though, this weekend, I know it's a very exciting weekend, even with a little bit of drizzle coming down. It's going to make the track particularly slick, but we're in the final 2 races of the season. And this is the
last West Coast race before the championship next year at Sonoma in mid-February. And so there's some teams that could use a good finish to get into or to improve their position, and others are on the bubble, either with a tenuous hold on qualified already or looking to get in. So the championship cutoff is currently 10 points. The strong finishes by any team on both days can knock someone out or put them in. So, and we've got a pretty strong field. A lot of these West Coast teams are already qualified for the championship, so we don't have a lot of them. But the teams we do have, 901 Motorsports is out here. They're currently in the championship with 5 points total, so a strong E30 with numerous top fives at a variety of tracks. We got Few Good Cylinders, a 1999 Mazda Miata. They're currently in the championship with 6 points total. This is their first season at Champ Car, and they had a great showing at Thunder Hill to get into the championship. And of course, we all know Miatas do very well at Sonoma. We got Bandits, their 1979 Pontiac Trans Am. They're in the championship also with 5 points. And they got a surprising 4th at Sonoma with a win at Utah. So that put them into the championship. We got Blown My Wad in their BMW 325S. They're also in the championship with 7 points. A 5th at Sonoma and a runner-up podium finish at Thunder Hill on Sunday got them in. We got CV Racing in their Mazda Miata. they need a good finish to go with their 5th place at Harris Hill to make the championship. So look for them to try and get up front and get a good finish. We got Ergo Lab. They're in with 7 points. I'm sure Jerry would like to move up to have a better chance at Sonoma. Since that is not a winner take all, it's you're going to be seeded according to your points and then your finish at Sonoma. So we got Open Source Autosport and their Porsche Boxster. They could use a top 3 to go with their 6th place at Utah to get them in the championship. We got Orange Pumpkin, that 1988 BMW 325. The same thing can be said with them, but they need a win or a second to get them in, really. A 7th at Thunder Hill got them close to qualifying, but they need another good finish to go with that. And with the cutoff currently at 10 points, they're going to have to get a win or a second, or maybe a third. But I don't know if that 10 points is going to hold up. So as the cutoff line. So we got Rotopalooza Racing, 4 points in the championship, has them firmly in with their RX-7, but this is a Miata. So 2 strong finishes would get that car in. Got Shake and Brake, and then their 89 BMW E30 just in with 10 points. So they either need a good finish or hope that no team gets a better finish and knocks them out.
Right.
Twisted Sister is also here with a BMW 325S. They really need another decent finish to go with their 7th and 6th at Willow Springs, because 13 points won't get you into this championship. We got Tooth Autosport here with 2 cars. I'm not sure which ones. They've run EC before, but I think they've got a C-class car. Neither car is in the championship, but as strong as this team is, that can change this weekend.
And I think Bill said they brought 3.
Yeah, exactly. 2 ECs and 1 C-class car. So, of course, the ECs aren't going to be eligible for the championship. Moving on down the line, we got Utah Valley University, perhaps the Cinderella story for 2019. As a 6th and a win at Utah, put them in the championship with 7 points. We got Vissel Racing Group out here from Connecticut. They have 2 points, so they got nothing to prove. Maybe they're just pre-running the tow out to California for practice. We got Willwood with 9 points. They have to be careful not to get knocked out of the running. They need a good finish for sure. We got Yoda Sports just outside the championship with 12 points. They need a good finish on either day to go with their 2 6th-place finishes at Road America. They're, of course, in that BMW 325S.
Yeah.
And then we've got Zoom Zoom Kaboom and their Mazda Miata. With 6 points, their team is in, but I'm pretty sure they'd like to move up in the standings. Sonoma's not one of their better tracks, but we'll see how that Miata does out here. There's a lot of BMW 325S's, more than we normally see out in California. Normally, this is Miata heaven. So we'll see how it goes today.
Yeah, we got Bill is in the pace car. We're kind of low on helpers this weekend. So, Bill, how's it looking out there as you get ready to roll out with you have a guest in the car with you?
Well, let me do the windshield wipers, because it is absolutely pouring down rain right now. It looks like it's clear. It's getting a little lighter outside, but yeah, we just had a pretty big downpour that has made this track look extremely shiny and wet. But temperature's cold. Not much wind down here in the valley at the start-finish line, but you get up on top of the hill when I was setting up that camera right there at the corkscrew, and it is windy, which is good because that wind is going to help dry that track pretty quickly. Down here, though, not so much. Turns 2, 3, and 4, and upwards to 5 had a lot of water sitting in the edges of the track and the curbing. We had a pretty big downpour last night that made this track wet again. Yesterday it dried out after a foggy start, and it's extremely slippery. Did you talk about the teams and how they thought the track? It surprised a lot of our East Coast teams. They didn't think it was as slippery as it was. Much like that happened to me when I raced here the first time.
Yeah, it's this track is more slippery probably than any other racetrack that we visit, and I always thought it's because of the sand, and that might be what it is, but it just has that characteristic, and it's a bit of a shock.
They've got a lot of patches on the track. So there's transitions that are kind of weird. Yeah, and the sand and I guess the kind of concrete they have, or not concrete, blacktop they have down is it's been wore down pretty well over the years. So
yeah,
I like they're wiping off our camera. Good guys.
It's obviously slick, and then you're going to be on with water on top of that.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So it's going to be an interesting day how this starts off. We had practice yesterday. We had a lot of cars spinning. A lot of guys were spinning in turn 11, mainly because it's a very difficult corner, and like I said, it's slippery. So they're just trying basically to find out what their grip levels were, where they could go, how they could do it, and they think they have it figured out, with the exception of adding traffic. Yesterday during practice, we may have had at a maximum of 15 to 16 cars on track at one time, pretty spread out. Today, that's not going to be that's not going to happen.
We're going to so much speed coming out of Rainy Curve.
Yeah,
you're headed downhill, and then of course turn 10 is banked, so you can fly through there. You
don't notice the banking though when you're doing it. When you're going slow, you can kind of see it, but when you're racing, you don't really see the banking. But you can carry a lot of speed right there, and the braking zone for 11 is hard, slippery.
Yep.
Yeah, it's difficult. And where do you brake? And especially now, where's the rain line? And that's going to be one of those things that these guys are going to discover really quickly during the first few laps.
Yeah, and I notice on board here with Zoom, they're spraying the pedals down with brake cleaner, it looks like, try to get some of the water off of those brake pedals. And so that's something you always got to think about. They don't have any pads on those pedals. They're just bare steel.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Here's Basil Weenie. Their camera just came up. So appreciate those guys letting us ride along with them this weekend.
Yeah, they have a BMW this weekend, the one with the Batman, or the Batman decal on the front hood, black and yellow.
Yeah, because this team normally races a Miata.
Yeah, and they have high hopes here. They think they're going to do well. As does everybody, I think.
Well, sure.
Yeah, well, you don't go to a track hoping to do bad. Yeah. Optimism runs rampant before the start until grim reality rears its ugly head.
Yep. So this morning I'm going to be giving a pace car ride with one of our special guests here. What's your name, ma'am? Joan, where are you from? San Antonio. Whose team are you with this weekend? PTS? Yeah. Okay. And you were asking your husband all kinds of questions, like what was it like to come down the carousel? And he was telling me about that, and I said, well, why don't you come along and I'll show you what it's like to go down a carousel. Hopefully not sideways.
Try not to wreck the pace car, Bill.
Yeah. That'll be the highlight of the weekend.
Ask her if she's ever heard of Juan Pablo Montoya. Just see what she says.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Juan Pablo Montoya? Okay, he's the guy that hit the what was it? The jet blower?
Hit the jet blower. Yeah.
Yeah, he hit everything. Here comes Laura. She's coming over the wall. Oh, she's taking a long way around. And she'll be jumping on board with us. Laura is one of our registration folks that you racers have spoken to. And she'll be riding along with me as we head out here. They're starting to call the cars up. So I am going to go offline and do my job as a pace car driver. I'm going to send it back to you guys. Okay. And let's have a good race out there, guys.
All right. Yeah, Bill. Thanks, Bill. So Bill over on our YouTube channel, Bill Salen's asking, is it as slick as Mid-Ohio? I would say, yeah, it is. I'd say it's right. It's right in that same feel. In fact, I drove out here in the wet, not completely up to speed. But yeah, I got the same sense of that feel of just a low grip racetrack. So the wet's going to be particularly exciting for them. But it's even slick in the dry.
Cold, but they're still going to want to get some heat in these tires.
Yeah.
and that prospect is not looking good.
But the forecast for today is just partly cloudy, partly sunny, sun emerging as the day wears on. So really not much in the forecast for rain until this evening, and then it lets up again at the end of the evening.
Well, Bill said it was raining. Well, I mean the fog there can be so heavy that you think it's raining when it's not really.
Yeah. Yeah, this is nothing compared to what we had at Barber. This is a sprinkling compared to that. So I'm sure they'll be okay. They'll be okay. But we did hear from Steve, who's one of the drivers for the Visceral Racing Group, a team that has an extensive amount of racing experience around the country, saying, "Wow, this track was really, really tricky getting around, even in the dry." They spun the car several times in turn 11 in that Porsche 944. So. Definitely a learning curve getting used to this very technical racetrack, but also a very fun, can be a very rewarding racetrack as well. Taking a look at the track map as we're getting ready to roll the cars off of the grid. You can see turn 1's pretty much flat out down there. Heading down to turn 2 is really a double apex left-hander there. Then round 3, 4 is very fast, and try to stay in it flat if you can. And down to turn 5, a very important corner, not as important as 6. And 6 is the one that's really tricky. There's like a pocket at the apex that you want to try and go through there, just a lift and a turn in, but that pocket can really upset the suspension on the race car and can put you into the wall. I've wrecked so many cars there in iRacing. Yeah. And Kim Madrid, one of my Facebook friends, if I may call her that a friend, I don't know if she'd appreciate that or not, but she wrecked her open wheel car at turn 6 there. Same thing. It just has a tendency to pitch you to the left into the wall there. There is some gravel there and a tire barrier, but it's not. You're coming through there at such a terrific speed. Then you head up the hill to through Ray Hall straight through 7, and that sets you up for that tricky turn 8. Turn 8, is one of those things where you set the car up. You just have to know where to put the car and use your visual cues, because once you arrive there, all you see is the sky. You can't see the track that's down below you. You drop in, and that whole 8A, 9, and 10, running through Rainy and 10, is just so fast.
Downhill.
It's so quick, and so you just have to really be all over it. And so turns 6, 8A, 9, and 10, I would say, are probably the ones that really make you do a gut check. And that's where you can lose tons of time if you haven't got that part of the racetrack figured out. And I'm sure those are the areas where they were struggling, but actually they were spinning in turn 11, which is one of the slowest corners on the racetrack. I said during the track tour that it was the slowest, but I think 8A and 11 are very similar in the speed. There's a lot of guys going down into second gear there in 11, but you just put so much side load on the car coming out of there. You're trying to get to the power, and a car that's heavy in the back end like those Porsches can really just swap ends on you. So Bill's in the pace car, and they're getting ready to roll out here. We don't have many volunteers. Actually, I think we have maybe 0 at the racetrack
we
this
have
weekend.
0 volunteers.
So if you want to volunteer, they could certainly use your help, and they'll get you paid and get you fed. Come on out to the racetrack and say, "Hey, I'm here to help," and they'll put you to work, and you have a lot of fun this weekend. So that's at Monterey, California, here for the Christmas. Oh shoot! Now where's my little paper at? I got all this stuff, and I'm not even ready. I tell you. But yes, we got a 7-hour race today, 7-hour races tomorrow. This 2.238 mile road course, 11 turns. Looks like we got cars rolling off of the grid now as we're on board with Ergolab. That's in that Mazda Miata that's captained and owned by Jerry, who's one of the Jerry Enger's one of our board members. And it's
towed out from Colorado.
It's one of the Ecotech swap Miatas that's in our series. So starting the race today with close to 40 cars that entered today. And
so Jerry had some problems yesterday with the sound ordinance. So they scrambled and found another muffler and or some sort of contraption to quiet that car down. Laguna Seca has a very strict 3 strikes and you're out. So if you once you get the first warning, you know you don't mess around. So we see some interesting contraptions to quiet these cars down.
Yeah, we're at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca this weekend. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, bringing you full-length race coverage this weekend. Trying to find some warmth in those tires, work those tires in. I got a feeling it almost looks like from this shot of the corkscrew that it's beginning to dry. It's beginning to the rain has stopped and it's beginning to dry a little bit. So once these guys get circulating, you know, maybe they can develop a dry line and be a little bit more comfortable out there. Here's the Bandits camera inside their Pontiac Trans Am.
It's got to be fun wheeling a big car like that around Laguna Seca, because while it looks fairly open, it feels like a tight little track.
You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We sure appreciate their support for the show, and I know you guys do too. Please remember to patron them for us. We'd appreciate that. I know they would.
And quit taking the cardboard cutouts of us.
I took my cardboard
collector items.
I took my cardboard cutout into the local AutoZone, and they just weren't very receptive. I'm not sure what the problem was there, but yeah,
narrow-minded.
Visiting your dad in Texas, cool.
What is that in front of us? Is that a Mini?
Oh yeah. I'm going to go along with that. Yep.
Yeah, it might be Team Octane. They're out here with their 2009 Mini Cooper.
Of course, there's a lot of elevation change out here at Laguna Seca. And there's a 45-foot drop just coming off of turn 8 into the corkscrew down to turn 9, which is called Rainy Curve.
Yep, after Wayne Rainey, the motorcyclist.
Famous motorcycle racing chap. A Honda racer, if I remember right. On board with Zoom Zoom Kaboom. Yeah, done a lot of racing around this racetrack in Miata's on iRacing, and we've got a couple of iRacing leagues, one for the East, one for the West, and would love to have you come out and participate in that. So
yeah, we'll have a new season starting soon. I think this season is over. Or I don't know, we might have one more race at Sebring.
On board with Bandits here. As the driver is just getting acclimated. You know, this is kind of it's kind of fun to go out first. You get a feel for the racetrack and you're sort of warmed up a little bit, ready to go, as opposed to going out in another stint where the track is hot and everybody's up to speed and you have to get up to speed right away. Getting a little bit of wheel spin there, testing the grip. And he's like saying, hey, it's slick. Good morning, Troy. Glad to see you cheering on the Eurotech team. Got the University of Utah out here again, right? They were the team that did so well in Utah, and they won a race there. So
yeah, they won the Sunday portion of that. First university team to take an overall win.
Zoom really putting some work into those tires, trying to get the temperatures up there. Of course, the Miata, it's a pretty small wheelbase, short wheelbase, so can't really trail brake in these conditions. Everything's going to be straight line braking. A lot of guys will try to drive offline to hopefully pick up a little bit of grip as they're going through the corners and in the braking zones. Some of the heavier braking zones, like when you're going into turn 2, of course, and turn 5. Get an idea here. 6 is actually just a lift or a brush of the brakes. You want to go through there very quickly, and you brake pretty hard going to 8. You arrive at turn 8 at a high rate of speed after coming up that long Rahal straight back straightaway. The next heavy braking zone is turn 11 before you go back onto the front straight. So we can expect to see some guys braking offline like Track Center and lining up for those corners.
It's Utah Valley University.
Got it.
Not University of Utah.
Probably getting ready to go green this time by. Imagine we're just going to do a couple of laps. There's Bill in the pace car leading the field. We've got Visceral and Ergo Lab pretty much in the middle of the field. And in 4th place, we've got the Zoom Kaboom is currently in 5th. And Bandits is back in like 8th place right now as they're getting ready to start this 7-hour race today. Bandits coming down underneath the bridge here. Looks like they're heading down through Rainy. You can see how it's continuing to descend as they head down to a very fast turn 10. That'll bring them back to 11.
Like Bill said, you can't really tell it's banked when you're in it, but it certainly is.
Right.
And then hard on the brakes for that more than 90-degree corner leading onto the front straight.
Now we can see the sun is peeking out, so this is going to be good for these teams that really don't want that wet weather. On board with Basil Weenie Racing, debuting a new car this weekend, a BMW E30. This is one of the teams that typically run in a Miata.
So does that mean the answer's not always Miata?
It's starting to sound that way.
They've come over to the dark side.
Yes. Back onto the front straightaway with Basil Weenie. And it looks like they've gone to full power. Let's see if we can get any information on... yeah, it looks like we are now green. Look at all that spray, all the rooster tailing that some of these guys are having to deal with. Still just taking it easy.
Yeah, so we had the 891 car already spin before you even got across the start-finish line. It is really, really slippery out there. I got the pace car a little sideways.
Awesome.
And, but it was good. It was all good. I had it under control.
That's what I told you a couple years ago when I took you around the track in the wet, Bill.
You had it under control?
Yeah, but you didn't seem to like it.
No. It's a little different when you're a passenger.
Yeah, you got nothing to hold on to.
Right. So our lead car is an M3, number 18. He's an EC car, so he doesn't really count. But he's way ahead of the field by at least a straightaway. As the 203 135, and the 480 crossed the start-finish line first.
Yeah, we got some reports coming in now from Race Hero.
Visceral Racing spins the car in turn 11.
Oh, no.
Who was that?
Visceral Racing.
Oh. Well, maybe if they put some weight in that car.
This is the same corner they were having trouble with all day yesterday, and the field is passing them by.
He got that car turned back around. He was facing the wrong way at the exit of turn 11, but he's back under. Steve just lost control of that car.
Of course, it's so easy and tempting. You're going so slow through that corner. You just want to put the power down. And of course, this is always hard on your psyche. This is the problem he was having yesterday, and to come out in the wet and have a problem again.
Yeah, it does nothing for your confidence.
So on board with Visceral Racing Group here, their cameras just came up, and they're working their way around this racetrack, trying to get this race started and hoping for some dry weather and that sunshine to continue. So it looks like Petrol Heads up front with Blown My Wad, Westu, No Gray Matter, Ketron Racing, Ergotech, Ergo Lab, 901 Motorsport, Wankles and Wankers, and In Memory of Orange Yeller, your top 10. Visceral getting back up to speed here. Looks like turn 6 here as they head up Rahal Straight for the first time under green. Checking his mirrors. And you get a feel for what the corkscrew looks like to the driver as he comes up to turn 8 here and makes this left-hander. He's going to eat a little bit of curb. And now the drop 45 feet down to turn 9. A very fast left-hander here. Just feathering the throttle. He'll probably do that even in the dry. Now for the very fast turn 10.
See if he makes it through turn 11 this time.
Yep, he's all lined up now. Setting up for 11. He'd probably be a little better off to the left. He's driving the racing line. He took it real easy and left it in a lower gear. Higher gear? Lower gear? Higher gear. Higher gear.
Higher gear.
And really just trying to preserve the car. You know, he doesn't want to take any big risks. He just wants to get the car through this wet period, and then they can really get after it. And this is definitely going to be one of the teams to watch. On board
so
with
Mark
Zoom
Burrows
Zoom.
is asking, where can I find a lineup? So,
Well, it should be populating on our screen. I can show you. You can go to racehero.io and get the full rundown of where everybody's at. They're showing everything's up and running right now on Race Hero. So you go there.
Wes Gray is asking if we have no gray matters live stream up.
No gray matter. I don't think I didn't know about them. So if there is a link for that, I'll gladly take it. Yeah, I hadn't heard about them. So if you have a link for them, I'll be happy to take it, or I can look them up during the break here in about 15 minutes. On board with Bandits here, trying to work their way around the track.
So we see one of the cars we talked about in the pre-race predictions, Orange Pumpkin. Don't show them turning laps at all, and they needed a good finish to get into the championship if they were hoping to compete for it.
Yeah. I got a little bit of something here, folks, and let's see here. There we go. We got a little bit on the standings there. As we can hear the Bandits guy just taking it easy through these corners. They're going to be using a lot of the higher gears to keep that torque off of the wheels and just try to work with horsepower around this racetrack. Keep from spinning those wheels loose. Basil Weenie Racing out here this weekend in their new build in BMW E30. You can see how shiny that racetrack is that Bill was talking about earlier. The corkscrew. You can see some patches maybe, or maybe they're just shadows more or less that we're seeing right now. On board with Ergo Lab and their Ecotech swap. Ergo Lab's in 7th place right now in their B-Class car. We've got no less than 3 in the top 10. Ben said we had 35 cars take the green. Looks like the 919 is already in the pits. That's the open source Autosport car, the Porsche Boxster that started out here today. So right now, your rundown, we've got West2 leading after 4 laps with Eurotech in 3rd, or 2nd rather. Then it's Petrolheads, Blown My Wad, Ketron Racing, Ergo Lab, 901 Motorsport, In Memory of Old Orange Yeller, Yoda Sport, and Tuath Autosport in the 522 car. Report that the 515 has also spun in turn 11, and that's the Miata of Roto Palooka Racing. Doc did a fantastic job of breaking down this field and the challenges that each of those teams have as they look forward to the championship run at Sonoma next year. And the Pontiac guys just got to be biding their time, just waiting for that track to dry out. And a lot of these E30s, actually work pretty decent in the rain. I know our E36 was great in the rain. So these guys are going for it. And if anything, it's a bit of an advantage for them compared to some of these other cars like the Bandits that are going to struggle in this wet environment. Zoom, zoom, kaboom, another Miata. So we got West2 still leading the way out there with an EC car up in front. Of course, the EC cars do not qualify for the podium positions, so they will be ceremoniously moved once the race concludes. So if you're just joining us, welcome to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for a double 7 this weekend of the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, brought to you live here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, bringing you live flag-to-flag coverage this weekend as Champ Car has returned to the historic Monterey Peninsula. So we'll go checker at 4 o'clock local time. Team's just getting underway. We got 5 laps turned so far. It started out in dry conditions, but it began to mist and sprinkle as we were heading up towards the green flag, and the track was completely soaked down by the time we went green. And these drivers are trying to get this track dried out. There really is no rain in the forecast for today, except until this evening, There's a pretty good chance of showers. Highs today about 57 degrees, partly sunny. Very similar day on tap for tomorrow as well. So once they get through this, they should be in the clear for the rest of the day as far as the rainy conditions are concerned. Then, of course, we're off for just 1 week, and then we'll be back on the other side of the United States at Sebring for our New Year's Eve Classic, the special, the end-of-the-year race that we always do. And that'll round out the 2019 season.
Then we get a whole month off.
Most people do, yeah. Yeah. That gives you a month to slide all of the tie wraps out from underneath and around your car.
Yeah.
And remove all the duct tape and fix stuff the way you wanted to fix it but didn't have time to at the track. Bandit's beginning to lean into it a little bit. You can see there be the confidence beginning to increase, the track grip beginning to increase. But this is a fairly slippery racetrack. There's a fair amount of sand that surrounds the racetrack, and that stuff gets picked up and blown onto the track, making the surface a bit gritty and a bit slick. Of course, there's a tremendous amount of elevation change, and it's very steep in some areas, such as coming down out of the corkscrew. A fair amount of good runoff in most of the areas of the track. On board with Basilwini Racing in their BMW. After 6 laps, we got West2 leading the way with Eurotech in second place in their Volkswagen. Then it's Petrolheads in their Mercedes. Ergolab in their Miata behind them, with Blown My Wad in their 325 back in 5th place. Tooth Autosport in their Civic in 6th and 7th place with their sister car, the 822 car. Ketron Racing is in 8th with Yoda Sport in 9th, and then In Memory of Orange Yeller rounding out the top 10.
So Chris Curry is asking, is Laguna Seca charging dollars to get in? And if so, how much? I believe it's $20 just for a weekend pass, and that's for both days. So you have to sign the waiver and pay $20 to get in, I believe.
No, it's $20. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's $20 for the to get in pit lane. It's free to get in elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
So you can come here and watch. It's a state park. I think is a state park. Yeah, it's a state park, so you can get everywhere. It's just when you come down pit lane, you're gonna have to. If you want to get behind the wall here, you gotta pay your membership fee.
So we've got the 919 behind the wall working on their boost on their Porsche. Looks like they're not getting boost, although I'm not sure how much they need in the wet, but they're trying to fix it so they can get the car up to speed.
As I was typing that, I was thinking, today with the wetness of the track, kind of having no boost building on your turbo is probably a good thing.
Yeah, but you're talking about men, and all they think about is more power. That's just how we think.
Yeah, exactly. Visceral, as they come around turn 11, they're really taking it gingerly. And when I say gingerly, very gingerly. So there's still cars coming around. There's a E30 that just took the corners kind of sideways, drifting it. There's a bunch of cars drifting, but that Ron's Visceral Racing, they are not drifting it now. I think they learned their lesson when they spun it around.
Yeah, Doc and I were just talking about that, Bill, how that really shoots your confidence. They were having trouble with it yesterday, and Steve was on Facebook complaining about how tricky this racetrack is to turn, and you had noticed they were spinning frequently in turn 11, and then to have that happen right out of the gate on the first lap, it's got to shake you.
Doesn't build your confidence any.
Ron just told me he put his most cautious, safest driver in, which I think translates to slowest, because they always say the same about Doc.
Doc can hardly contain his laughter, Bill.
Hardly.
So Bill, we heard you just had a birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were that old. So what was it like when Lincoln was in office?
Yeah. You mean that Kennedy guy? I was alive when Kennedy was around, so let's just say that. I don't know about Lincoln, but Kennedy.
Maybe my math is off here.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, I'm not the oldest guy along pit lane here. So there's a lot of it's interesting to look at the analytics of pit lane. You have a lot of I have a few young guys, but most of them are middle aged, 30s, 40s, 50s, and then you have the outliers, which are the 70s and 80s. And we may have a 90-year-old here. It looks like one of the teams, the Ketron team. I think they're looking at coming in. I think that's the 240, bright yellow 240. They're looking at coming on pit lane. They're going to do a tire change, actually. They got tires on the wall, waiting for the car to come down. Oh, that wetsuit. That's the wetsuit guys.
Well, you got to admit, racing is the ultimate midlife crisis. It's either that or buy a Harley Davidson,
Yeah, we had somebody. We had somebody that said they were going to come out and watch, and they're wondering what it costs to get in. I just want to encourage you guys to come out and help volunteer. Then you don't have to pay. You can get paid to come out there and help out. It's a lot of fun. You can hang out in the pits and help Bill and all the crew out with running the race.
Looks like they're doing the 531 is doing a right side tire change. They've got new tires over the wall. Looks like they're putting a different stagger on the car. These are all NASCAR guys. Or they watch a lot of NASCAR. That might be it. Are you guys picking up? I've got a Bluetooth headset in for you guys. Can you guys, are you picking me up okay? And is it too much outer noise?
It's, we can hear you okay. It's just very muffled, but we can hear you, Bill.
Okay. All right. So I can put the phone away then. Cool. How's that? You still hear me? Did it change any?
No, it didn't change. We can hear you just fine.
Yeah, you're underneath my headset.
Say something interesting.
So they just did a right side tire change. Oh, they're doing 4 tire change. They're going to the left side now. So it really is a special stagger. Cars up in the air. These guys are really quick for ChampCar. For ChampCar guys, they are from Kentucky, right? Kentucky or Tennessee? Tennessee. I said it wrong. It's called Tennessee. And everybody out here in California wants to hear them talk. It's really funny. They want to hear the accent. All right, car's back down on the ground. Now they're checking the torque on the wheels. These guys are doing pretty quick. They're probably not even going to lose a lap. They'll lose a lap, and that's about it. 4 tires change. They're back to running with their front-wheel drive Honda. Got a Honda Accord. No, that's not an Accord. Prelude. Honda Prelude.
Okay. Changing tires at Laguna Seca. All right.
So why the tire change?
It had no grip.
No grip? Okay. They had the rain tires on. They're not gripping, so they put the dry tires back on. Dunlop Durances, right? Yeah. Or R Sports. They put the R Sports back on the car.
Which, by the way, you can get these tires at TireRack.com.
Correct. This is another car that's going to sneak up, the 184. One of our camera cars. Doc, it's blue and orange. Did he quit?
Nope, he's here.
No, I'm here.
He's with you. I think we're having a little trouble understanding you, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So the 184 is, let me see if I can fix that. Oh, Visceral sideways as he gets the car sideways in 11, gets it back under control, going forward now. He got it way sideways. It looks like he missed a gear or had it in the wrong gear as he came out of the corner.
It looks like he was in third gear. He was just probably just pushing a little too hard.
We were on board with him the previous lap, and he was pretty sideways then too.
So thanks for joining us, everybody. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break and be back here in just a moment. It's West2 leading the race here at Laguna Seca. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next-day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.champcar.org. 13 laps completed here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And West 2 has just bowed out of the race. They blew a transmission from the lead, and that puts the Eurotech team tuning in their Volkswagen diesel, leading this race with Petrolheads in second and Tuath Autosport and the 522 car leading the way. Back in third. So there you go. So big stuff going on. Big time stuff.
They're also holding down, Tuath is also holding down fourth, but that's an EC car.
Yeah, good point. You got Ergo Lab right there in the fight with Yoda Sport. You got Team Octane, Rotopalooka, Blowing My Wand, in memory of Orange, and CV Racing, the top 10. They're qualifying for a podium here. On board here with Zoom Zoom Kaboom and their Miata. And you can see the track conditions beginning to clear here as we go to the camera we have, the new flag stand there. Mini coming through the track, coming around. A little bit of tail wagging as they come over turn 8 down into A there. You can see that back end swing out a little bit on the Miata there. And then we've also got a camera semi-working here in the, there it is. This is the front straightaway.
Right at the start-finish line.
Yep, just at that bridge there. There goes Visceral Racing Group. Trying to get a handle on this racetrack with very loose conditions they've been struggling with in that Porsche 944S. There goes the Ergo Lab Miata, it looks like. And the Mini. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Got a nice little crowd here joining us on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Just looking at the standings here, you can see the 3 EC cars currently shown in the top 10. Those will be pulled out, which brings the other cars back from in memory lane and 901. That brings them all up, into that top 10 spot, top 10 running. On board with Zoom Zoom Kaboom as they're trying to get that Miata to work around this racetrack.
Yeah, they left the RX-7 at home. Zoom Zoom Kaboom.
Yeah, because of the noise restrictions here at Laguna Seca. Very challenging, so they brought out this Miata knowing they could get that car quieted down.
Oh no, I was thinking of Rotopalooka.
That's it, Rotopalooka.
So Zoom Zoom's already in the championship with 6 points, and that is a West Coast team, so we expect to see them at Sonoma. But they've got 6 points, so they're firmly in. But I'm sure they'd like to move up a little bit.
Through turn 3 in the Pontiac Trans Am to turn 4. Looks like he's not shifting. It's like he's got it hung out there maybe in third gear, and he's just kind of motoring his way around the racetrack, waiting for the track to dry out. Here he's going to grab fourth, because this is very quick down here, heading to fifth under the Mother's Bridge. Back down to third as he heads into turn 5. This begins that climb up to eventually leading you to the corkscrew. He'll head under this bridge for a fast left-hander here.
Yeah, and this left-hander is tricky. It doesn't look like much, but it's easy to go off there.
Yeah, and then he's heading up the backstretch here. Rahal Straight, turn 7. You'll see him kink to the right just a little bit, and then he'll be lined up for turn 8, the drop into the corkscrew.
And then the world drops away.
Yeah. Your stomach and your heart is in your mouth.
Yep.
Under the bridge, headed towards Rainy Curve here. This is turn 9. Almost done as he heads towards turn 10 here. A very fast right-hander. And then that'll bring them to 11. That'll complete another lap out here at Laguna Seca. 2.238 miles is the distance, 11 corners, and about 70 feet of elevation change.
Almost all of it in the corkscrew.
Yeah, and Steve is remarking yesterday from the Visceral Racing Group, you're constantly busy. You really don't have any time to rest. The track, it seems to be always turning on you. Looks like the number 51 getting sideways and aimed at the wall, corrects and misses the wall over in turn 11. The 51 is the Team Axe, and that wall really does come up on you quick. When you lose it there, you're pointed right at the pit road wall. And you see more than one guy will spear that wall from time to time. Visceral Racing Group just up ahead of Ergo Lab, trying to work their way by the Porsche 944. Down the inside, it looks like they're in Rainy here. It's a drag race down to turn 10. Visceral's got the advantage on the inside. Gonna hug that curbing, lets the car track out, lines up for turn 11. This will give Ergo the chance to get down the inside. Can he do it? He's up near the side of him. And Visceral gives him room at the exit. And Visceral gets the advantage coming off that corner on the outside. A little bit of an over rev there on the upshift. The driver might be a little bit rattled in the Miata. Now coming down into turn 2, a downhill braking zone into the Andretti hairpin. This is a double apex left-hander. Ercotech still leading the race in their Volkswagen diesel-powered machine. This is a fight here. This Miata are really trying to get by this Porsche, and you can see they're giving each other plenty of room. As Yoda Sport just turns their fastest lap time of the day, you know, these cars are getting faster and faster as the track dries out. Looks like he's made the pass on Visceral Racing Group.
That Volkswagen Jetta TDI, that is a turboed car, we understand.
There's the Bandits going by the start-finish line to complete another lap here at Laguna Seca. Beautiful racetrack. And I think we still had some room this weekend to fit a few more cars out there. So not sure why we didn't get everybody out here as we usually have, but this is such a fantastic place to go racing. The number 226 reported in the pits right now. The number 226, and I don't have a list on them.
I don't have a list on them either. I got a 326.
Oh, the number 32, not the 226. Okay, big difference there. I don't have a 32 either.
Yeah.
326. There we go. I think he's just randomly picking numbers just to see what we'll say. That's thing 2 in their Datsun 280Z.
From his color.
It looks like Evan is behind the wheel of that machine right now. I don't think I know who Evan is, but
Evan Horner.
Do the Bandits have audio? Yeah, Ed, they do. When we flip to that car, you should hear the audio coming in. It's not, we don't have the, IMSA style, fantastic microphones. So you get a little bit of noise. You can sort of hear what's going on. But I can't turn it up too loud, otherwise then you can't hear Doc's beautiful voice.
And you don't want to miss that.
No. So all you really hear is some road noise, and Bill had just mentioned that yesterday. We were sort of talking on Slack. He said it's so quiet out here because the cars are so quiet. They've really clamped down on the dB of what these cars are emitting, and as a result, these guys are running some super quiet cars out here this weekend.
You hear some of that growl.
Yeah. Turned up the mic here at the new flag stand here at turn 8. We've got a camera there that Bill put up for us. He puts up with so much, too.
Can you hear me?
It's really hard to make you out, Bill. It's kind of muffled for some reason.
Never mind.
Okie doke. Down into the corkscrew, rather. Wow, what a drop. And you really can compress these suspensions to the point where they bottom out. You can compress them to the point where the wheels are rubbing in the wheel wells. I was doing that a couple weekends ago at Barber in a Miata that I was racing. And just watching Basil Weenie here. They're getting a little loose with that E30. The BMW E30s and E36s are some of the easier car to drive as far as that's concerned in the catching of it. Heading up Rahal Straight. Making a pass on one of the competitors. And looking for a way to track this next competitor just up ahead as he heads into 8 here. Down the hill, through the corkscrew, into 8A. Under the bridge. This will lead him into Rainy Curve. Turn number 9. Leaving a little room on the inside there. But this is the kind of a corner. Even in the dry, you're going to feather the throttle a little bit. Very fast turn 10. So at 18 laps completed, you've got Ergotech leading the way with Petrolheads in second. Tooth Autosport in the 822 Honda Civic. That's an EC car. It's the 522 that's currently in fourth or third place. I'm trying to keep it straight here, folks. Yoda Sport is next. Behind them, it's Team Octane in their Mini Cooper, but that's an EC car. So then it's Ergolab, Roto Pluker, CB Racing, in memory of Blown My Wad, Last Minute Racing, 901 Motorsport, Team Axe, Utah Valley, and Bandits, rounding out the top 15. Now, if you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so by going over to RaceHero.io or race-monitor.com. Yeah, a little bit of back end swing there as they're working their way around the track. The track beginning to dry out, though. Bill reporting nice blue skies now, slightly cool breeze. Looks like the 813 and the 480 are back on track. The 480 was the West 2 team that had transmission problems and came in early. Again, that was the team that was leading the race earlier this morning. So Alchemy Racers in their 318i, they've just rejoined the race. You can hear some of these guys, they're taking the high gear approach around this corner to make sure that the back end doesn't step out on them.
There goes 901 Motorsports. I recognize that car.
Looks like the Bandits car coming around through turn 8A. And I can just hear by where the throttle's coming in. They're still taking it easy around this course. Zoom, zoom, kaboom. Working their way up the hill here. Rahal Straight. They too are going to head into the corkscrew yet again. Of course, these Miatas and these BMW E30s are kind of a staple for Champ Car racing. There's so many guys running them. They seem to be a real good formula for racing and having fun out here in the Tyrec.com.
Button.
Yeah, in the Champ Car Endurance Series, it's a good way to go. And a lot of that just to the durability of the cars. The parts are fairly easy to get still, especially for the Miatas. Doc's going to be, there's going to be a refit on Kenny. We should probably talk about that.
Yeah, well, the guys decided that Kenny's been beat up enough. So we've got a new chassis in the works, and basically we're gonna unbolt whatever's underneath Kenny and bolt into a new chassis.
Yeah, it's gonna be ready for Road America coming up in February. So
Road
that's
Atlanta.
Or Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
So that's the first race in February.
It's kind of only fitting, Kenny's last race will be at Sebring, where his first race was. So it's only fitting that he was born and he will die there.
On board with the Bandits in their Pontiac Trans Am.
Yeah, that was the fastest FTD was Kenny at Sebring by like 30 seconds.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it was truly
I
amazing.
don't know how you guys did it.
I don't know either. Although I have my suspicions.
I was going to say, I was waiting to say, I have my ideas. Well, like a true racer, you hold them close to your chest.
Yes, exactly. Never give away your secrets.
Lap times continuing to tumble as the track dries out here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in Monterey, California, in the Monterey Peninsula. And just one of the many bucket list racetracks that Champ Car visits on its tour of the United States. Next year going up into Canada. Yeah, they killed Kenny. I think it's just, I was talking to Arjun about it at Barber. Somebody had gotten into a tire barrier there or something. And he said, it's just like Swiss cheese. It's just, we banged it up too many times and we really need to just go to another chassis. So
yeah, well, I mean, I don't know exactly what point I lost control of my team, but it's been fairly recently. But anyway, they said, well, yeah, let's build a new car for, since Sebring is so tough on cars, let's build a new one. It's like, well, wait a minute. Why don't we just kill off Kenny at Sebring, and save the new one? Sebring will find every loose nut and bolt there is.
Right.
So it's like, look, I
understand.
I tried to talk him out of it, and I think I did.
No, I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense. If we're gonna beat up a car, let's take the old car out there and beat that one up.
Let's beat up the old one.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't get to race in Kenny, but hopefully Kenny 2 will treat everybody right.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we've learned a lot of things over the years, so.
As we were watching Ergo Lab come around the corner there, we could see still fighting with grip out there on the racetrack with the back end swinging out as they're working to get the power down. A view from the camera at the start-finish line.
You'll get the new Kenny at NCM, Paulie.
I'm looking forward to it, Doc. I'm looking forward to it.
So are we.
If I can just get lined up with a ride at Road America, I'll be all set. Bissell Racing Group out here with us today. Having a tough time of it at the start here, just trying to conserve the car. They're back in 23rd right now. They have climbed 8 spots, though. 901 Motorsports shown not turning laps right now. New driver. They're checking the ignition system, according to Bill. Possibly an ECU issue.
I mean, Visceral gets around. I can't imagine what the tow is from Connecticut to Laguna Seca.
Right.
But Visceral gets around.
901 leaving the pits now. They just crossed that pit loop with 22
they do
laps.
By far the most races of any team in our series.
Yeah, you got to hand it to these guys. They've And I don't believe they've been here before. I got the feeling
I don't think so either. But
from the speak I was reading on Fake Boat.
Not lately, anyway.
Yeah, it's been a learning experience. As last-minute racing, well, I'm just looking at the top 23, 25. Of those, like 20 of them just turned their fastest laps. I mean, the track's really drying out now.
Okay, so far this year, Visceral has done Road Atlanta. They did Daytona. They did Charlotte. They did Watkins Glen. It's probably their closest. Well, no, Thompson would be their closest race. They did Indy. They did VIR, the 24. They won at Thompson.
Yeah.
They did Pitt. They did AMP. And AMP, strangely enough, that was their first overall win at a track other than Thompson.
Nice job on the stats there, Doc.
Yeah, thanks. And now, of course, they've done Laguna Seca. I don't know if they're on the Sebring entry list, but, man, that team gets around.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And it looks like the 901 team have swapped out their ECU and they're back out onto the racetrack. It was just misfiring under power. At 23 laps completed, we've got Eurotech leading the race. They just turned their fastest lap time. They've got a 45-second gap to P2. They're turning 204s. Petrolheads, they're turning 207s. Back there in second place. The first A-Class car is now in third. That's the Tuath Autosport number 522 car. They just turned to 204. And Yoda Sport just turned to 206 in their BMW. And they're right back there. They're just behind Tuath. So speed's continuing to increase. Lap times continuing to tumble. And you can see the speeds are increasing coming through the corkscrew now.
Yeah, our leader, Eurotech, they had a 9th and 11th at Willow Springs. And it's like this is their second race with us this year.
It's always interesting to hear the different shift points on the straightaway. Such a variety of gearing that the different teams carry around this racetrack. And of course, this is a classic racetrack, first built back in 1957. This was an old F1 track. And if you go back and you watch this old movie, the Herbie Lovebug movie, you can see this track in some of its original trim. It wasn't always this long, Doc.
No. In fact, that whole there was no turn at 2. So it used to, it was all left-handers. There were no right-handers to speak of.
You just went sailing from 2 up to 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You bypassed 2.
They added all that to get on the, if I remember correctly, all that track was added to get the motorcycles on the track.
And then things really took off as well because there's been so many classic pro bike races out here at this racetrack. They do a lot of different types of events here at Laguna Seca, including vintage racing. And of course,
the Monterey
SCCA.
Historics are, if you ever get a chance to go to the Monterey Historics, do. It's incredible. I used to go in the late 70s and the early 80s, and the car clubs, would have, club paddocks, and POC might have, the Porsche guys might have 30 cars in there. Now there's like 300.
Right.
again, Alpha would have like 10 cars. Now there's 100 cars. And you see machines there that you won't see anywhere else. It's an invitation only. So, and when they honor a certain marquee, you know, they've done BMW, Porsche. I remember the year they honored Bentley, and there must have been 30 blower Bentleys on the track. The factories will empty out their museums, you know, and charter a whole cargo plane to get cars to Monterey. And the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance is unbelievable. All the, you know, the car records where they, you know, rarities go up for auction. Well, the Monterey sets records every year for cars.
And looks like the Ergotech Miata spun in turn 11, but continued. Also, the number 28 of Cut Corners Racing in their MX-3, they came in and did a driver change. And looks like the 297, they did a fuel and a driver change already, and they've got the hood up right now.
Yeah, well, with 7 hours, you can play with your strategy.
The 297 is the APT racing team. So we've reached the top of the hour. We got a break for commercial, folks. We'll be back here in just a quick minute, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone, and it's Eurotech leading the way. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen Rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.champcar.org. Yeah, welcome back here to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. It looks like we're just going yellow now. If we get any information on what's going on there, we'll let you know. Also got a message that race monitor race zero may not be accurate. They're going to reset those relays for us so that we get maybe get a little bit more accurate information. But welcome back. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, covering the race for you this weekend. 2 7-hour races at Laguna Seca. And we're just a few laps into the race here. There we go. One of my monitors just died.
Well, the race hero shows almost every car is setting their fastest lap of the race. So I can only assume that means the track is really drying out.
Yeah, definitely. And you can even kind of tell by looking at what you got coming over the through the. They're under caution right now, so they've dropped their speeds.
Yeah, you can see the yellow flag waving there.
We'll go on board with Visceral here, see if we can pick up on what's going on right now. Looks like we got a car being reported stalled on the racetrack. So yeah, the track looks so much better now, especially with that sun coming out.
Oh, there's a dog on the track, from what we understand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll throw things a little bit off. We don't want that. And we've had a number of races where we'll get some critters that work their way onto the track. Looks like, okay, it's under turn 6 now, under the corner station. Turn 6, that's one of the fast parts of the racetrack.
We say it's a dog. It's more likely, if it's not somebody's pet, it's a coyote.
There's turn 6 there. On board with the Ergo Lab guys right now. Ergo Lab been having a good start of it. Looks like they're currently scored in about 8th place. We've got some EC cars up ahead of them. So we pull them out and it puts them back in about 8th spot. Hey, Tyler, over here on our YouTube feed. Good morning, sir. Tyler, one of the board members on the Champ Car Endurance Series board. Trying to get our timing and scoring back up here and running for you. You're on board with the Bandits, guys. Lots of traffic out there as they're working their way around the racetrack. Looks like we're still under caution right now at Laguna Seca. We've got some information that a car might have been stalled on the racetrack. There was also a report of an animal on the racetrack. Looks like Visceral's getting ready to stop for their pit stop.
I wonder if they'll just change drivers and not take fuel. We've seen them do that before. That 944 gets good fuel mileage, has a rather large tank.
Looks like we're back to green as the 69 is also in the pits taking fuel and making a driver change. Team still sliding around turn 11 big time, trying to get around that final corner that takes them onto the front straight. So we've got 30 laps complete, still showing Weathertech leading the race according to Race Hero. Then it's Petrol Heads, Tooth Auto Sport in the 522, Yoda Sport behind them with Team Octane in their Mini Cooper. That's an EC car next. So then it's Roto Palooka in memory of Orange Yeller, CB Racing, Ergo Lab, Last Minute, and Blown My Wad, the top 10. Looks like car 12 just came out of the paddock for the first time, and that's the Team Triad Wireless in their 240 SX. Looks like we got a car disabled in turn number 8. Might have been some contact with the wall there. Not sure about that. Tyler says he's prepping for Sebring. Can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be good to see you, buddy.
And Multi-Crazy Car, I think that's Ed, says he's preparing for Sebring as well.
Yep. In that Infiniti J30?
Yeah.
Ed's one of the truly great guys in Champ Car.
Why
Always
he hangs out with us, I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say he didn't have a screw loose, but...
Taking a look at that front straightaway. So now showing back to green.
Yep, lap time's continuing to fall for a lot of these teams.
We'll get you some timing and scoring here going, folks. If I have to rip this universe another black hole, I'm going to do it. Back on board with the Zoom Kaboom team and their Miata. We were watching them a little bit earlier as they were working their way around this very wet racetrack at the beginning of the day. They're currently in 20th spot. They've moved up 10 spots to get into 20th. They've got some EC cars ahead, so those cars will be pulled out. There's actually 4 up there. Of course, we talked about Willwood's out here this weekend with their car. not only racing with us, but they do some R&D with that Miata, with the many products that they offer there at Willwood.
Hey, do we have an eye on Visual?
We could try. Yeah, looks like they're stopped. Looks like we're having trouble with their camera, but it is up right now, and they are stopped someplace on the racetrack.
There's no gears, so
Okay.
So the wheels turn fine.
And we're going to pull you back to the paddock area.
Looks like they have no transmission, Bill.
Put it up on the pit road.
Okay.
Because it's a little safer that way.
Sure.
No gear.
Yeah.
No gears. They're going to pull them back to the paddock, it sounds like.
Yeah.
But wait.
Yeah, we're listening to him talking right now. We caught all that.
Did he say they were going to pull them back to the paddock or pit?
The paddock.
Well, he'll be on
Paddock.
the back, so you can kind of point to him and you can tell me which way to turn and
Okay.
stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where, I mean, we've talked about it before, where it's kind of handy, you know, for the tracks that have garages to put your pit number and your garage number somewhere where the driver can see it. Because the safety crews are going to ask you whether you want to go back to the paddock or to the garage. And if you don't have the number written down, it makes communication kind of difficult with them.
Right.
There's my buddy Barry Henderson over in Germany checking in. Would love to drop into the corkscrew with one of the cars. I bet you we can make that happen, Barry.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity, that's for sure, in Champ Car. It's certainly the easiest car to go, or the easiest series to go racing in.
Yeah, we were all set to have Barry drive with us at Daytona, and then the car cracked out on us, blew the head gasket.
Oh, bummer.
But we'll get Barry back over here into the States and racing with us sooner or later.
So now
our Eurotech team that's leading this race in that Volkswagen Jetta, that is a new team this year to Champ Car.
Yeah, it's a diesel-powered Jetta. Are we talking about? I'm talking about Eurotech.
Yeah,
they're leaving this black smoke as they head down the front straightaway. It's kind of different.
TDI.
Yeah, so it's cool. It's cool.
They debuted with us at Willow Springs with a 9th and 11th place finish there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some things worked out for timing and scoring. Sorry, I'm not giving you a lot of information, folks. If I see anything come over here, we'll send it to you. But yeah, the latest news is Visceral Racing Group. Looks like they've lost their transmission. So they'll be pulled into the paddock to look at that.
And I assume Eurotech's a West Coast team since their other entry this year was at Willow Springs. So I'm sure they'll be trying to get into the championship.
Yeah.
So Nathan's checking in with Premium Dudes. He's doing work on the car with Andrew, listening to the broadcast all day long. Now, why would you want to do that to yourself?
We respect that, though.
Yeah.
Welcome, my friend.
Fortitude.
Welcome, welcome. It's great to have you on board with us, and we hope you enjoy the show. Got 7 hours of racing today. Doc, maybe if you could talk a little bit, I'm still working on something here. Maybe if you want to talk a little bit about iRacing or something else that's up and coming for Champ Car.
Sure. Well, tomorrow we should announce the election results for the board of directors. And as Paulie mentioned, iRacing, we have an iRacing league. We race on Wednesday nights. I don't think that's going to change for 2020, but generally the way it works, we have an Atlantic division and a Pacific division. You're only eligible for the championship in one or the other. And we try and mimic the regular Champ Car schedule with the tracks that are available on iRacing. And we'll have a practice round on one Wednesday, and generally the next Wednesday will be the championship round. So this year we had 13 championship rounds. They're all broadcast over on the Huge Jazz YouTube channel with commentary and everything. So David Haynes provides that for us. And the winner of each championship gets a free entry into a Champ Car race. And I mean, that's a pretty big deal. That's, worth $1,500 or so on average, depending on which race you want to enter. So look into that if you're into iRacing. I know Chris Huggins just got an iRacing setup, so we look forward to him joining us. And full information on the series as we get it developed for 2020 is available on the website, ChampCar.org. On the forum, it's got its own little section where all the geeks get together and talk about hardware and that sort of thing. So come on out and join us. I mean, we get pretty decent fields, and the racing is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely would like to see you out there, folks. So hope you'll join us for that.
Tyler says, looking forward to seeing you all at Sebring. Come find me and I'll have beer. Well, I guess we ought to put a bet up, Tyler, so we can exchange beers again. So.
Looks like the number 214 goes way out to the side into turn 11, emergence without a scratch. Yeah, I know timing and scoring is down, Tyler. I got you. I'm trying to work through that right, and that's why I'm not saying much. I'm feverishly working in the background, trying to get this working for everybody, because I know it's a big deal. So I do apologize for that, folks. Just having a little trouble with the system here, but we're getting it.
You might have won a beer from me earlier this year, Tyler. All right, fine. I'll bring beer. Yeah. I thought I had paid that up at Charlotte.
There, that's a little bit better, isn't it?
Works for me.
All right. So there you go, folks. It's
Eurotech and then Ergo Labs.
Right. Two different teams.
Eurotech being the TDI Jetta.
Right.
Ergo Labs being the Ecotech swap into a Miata.
Yeah, and that's the last time we're going to get it right.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear any more about it.
What is it?
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
All right, so we're the track has really dried out. We're getting a really good light coloring on the track now, which signifies it's not wet. But turn 11 is still seeing cars being caught out. They're missing their braking point and they're just going off sand. They're getting really sideways as they come out of 11, drifting it. Some cars keeping it under control, making it look good for the cameras, but others, it's a pretty shaky deal.
Yeah, it's kind of par for the course for this racetrack. A lot of guys get kind of loose right there. We know we've got some video of guys getting a little tail happy right there. Looks like the Porsche wide open throttle, or excuse me, the 919 car, open source Autosport, is back onto the racetrack with their Porsche Boxster. No hood on the car, but they've got the car back out there.
That yellow flag bunched everybody up, so the cars are pretty bunched up now with pretty much everybody on half the track right now.
On board with Ergo Lab in their Mazda Miata. Sporting one of the newer OMP seats. Got that halo design to support the head. Of course, Bell Helmet coming on board with us now as a sponsor.
And guess what? It's starting to rain again.
Perfect.
I'm getting sprinkles on me. Oh, we only got sprinkles when we got ice cream.
I see what you did there, Bill.
Only winners get sprinkles.
That's right.
So what was it like, Bill, before ice cream was invented?
I kind of like this, Bill, taking the brunt of the age jokes.
A little tire lock up there going into turn 10. Nice sneak down the inside. Heading towards turn 11. Downshifts into third gear. Putting the power back down. Another Miata just up ahead. Swings left. That Ergo Lab Ecotech power pulling him down the front straightaway. Through turn 1, under the bridge. Through turn 1, down towards turn 2 now. Outbraking down the inside. Nice pass. Into the double apex turn known as Andretti hairpin. Working up through turn 3 here. Just breathing off the throttle. Back in the power. Lining up underneath the bridge for turn 4. Making the upshift for 4. Looks like they've got their radio on that front bar there. These dash bars, of course, a requirement in the future. So if you're doing a build on your cage, make sure you take a look at the rule book very carefully. Through turn 6 into that pocket, really upsets the car. Checking his mirrors, trying to use all the racetrack as he heads up towards turn 7 and the corkscrew in turn 8. Now arriving at the highest point of the racetrack, dropping into the corkscrew. A 45,000-foot drop down to turn 9.
It only seems like that. That is a hike up there, though.
Got a report that Visceral is indeed in the paddock now. They got the back end of the car up in the air. Winding up through the gears now. Back on that front straightaway. Ergo Lab setting the fastest lap time of the day now. Back in 6th place. Continuing to work their way up through the field, and it's the Eurotech Miata Volkswagen that is leading the field with a 153.5. They're significantly off the pace, really, for the rest of the field that's behind them. So you can see they're going to get overtaken.
Right there this is a battle for position. Now that Mini Cooper is an EC class car.
Yeah. But he does need to get by so he doesn't slow him down too much. He's about 44 seconds or so behind Petrolheads, and that's the Mercedes he really does have in his sights. Tooth Autosport enjoying P2 and P3, although one of those is an EC car. They've got their cars up front today. Rain continuing to increase. A heavy mist reported all over the racetrack.
Yeah, Billy Salen saying, I've done that hike. I was sweating. Yeah, I could have used an oxygen bottle about halfway up.
Yeah, Tyler, I don't know if Evan is with Ergolab this weekend or not. I haven't looked at the driver standings. I think I actually have that here in my notes someplace, so I can look at that.
Let me look it up.
Looks like, yeah, he's on board with them. It's Jerry, Evan, Kyle, and Michael Smith. All right, so we're going to head into commercial here, Doc.
Oh, thank God.
All right, so stay with us. Stay with us, everybody. We got Weathertech leading the way after 39 laps here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. And welcome back, everyone, to the Monterey Peninsula here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. For this double seven this weekend, Paul Veltum, Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, here with you live on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. On board with Evan Horner, who's piloting the Ergo Lab Miata around this racetrack. Ergo Lab currently in 5th place. So continuing to bring that car up to the front. Of course, Evan was just with us a few weeks ago when we were at Barber Motorsports Park. Next year, we'll be racing some of the premier tracks on the schedule that we haven't seen in a while. We're going to be in Canada for 2 events, if my memory's any good. And we're going to be at Circuit of the Americas. And, of course, we'll be returning to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for 2020. You can check out the schedule at ChampCar.org.
Yep, the 2020 schedule is up there.
So be sure and check that out. Come join us. It's the easiest way to go racing, that's for sure. And you get maximum bang for your buck. Tons of track time racing with Champ Car because it is endurance racing. And the way that it is structured, if you don't have a car, that's okay. There are plenty of teams looking to rent, looking for rental drivers. So lots of opportunity out there. Right now, your leader, Weathertech, up front about 16 seconds over Tooth Autosport. Then it's Petrolheads. Team Rotopalooker behind them. Looks like Ergo Lab just put a pass on Rotopalooker on that last lap to capture 4th. So Evan doing a great job in that Miata. In memory of Orange Yellow behind them with Last Minute Racing, CV Racing, Yoda Sport, Bandits rounding out the top 10. Behind them, it's Team Axe, Blown My Wad, Utah Valley University, A Few Good Cylinders, No Gray Matter Racing. Then we've got Ketron Racing, Zoom Zoom Kaboom, USA Racing, Glitch Heroes, PTS, 901 Motorsports, Wankles and Wankers. We've got Willwood back there in 25th spot. Brown Streak, the Gunslingers, Westu, Thing 2 Racing. Then we got teams that aren't circulating right now, like Twisted Sister, Visceral Racing Group. We got Open Source and Team Triad, also not turning laps right now.
There's got to be a story behind our car running in 8th place in memory of Orange Yeller. There used to be a very famous car on the West Coast called Old Yeller. And it was, my memory fails me, as it often does. But Old Yeller was a very famous car out there. It was very fast, but it kind of cobbled together look.
Gotcha.
So I wonder if that's who they're referencing.
And Evans got quite a bit of road racing experience, racing Miatas. He campaigns a Jetta out west here, lives out of Washington State.
Doesn't he also build wings?
Yep.
I believe Tyler runs one of his wings.
Yeah, and he's on board with the Miata. They also run one of his wings. And he also races with the Biohazard team, who also runs one of his rear wings. And I had a nice interview with Tyler. You would think I'd remember the name of the team. They're the company. Some friend I turned out to be. Maybe that's why I don't have any friends. But yeah, Evan continuing to work that car up through the field. You take a look at the corkscrew turn here.
Billy's saying, don't forget Watkins Glen. Oh, yes. That race sells out every year with over 100 cars.
Yeah, we got a report that the number 480 is dropping oil. That's the Westdu team. It's unfortunate. You know, they were leading the race at the beginning, looking very strong up front, and then they were behind the wall with apparent transmission issues. We mentioned the Gray Matter team. Here's a look from inside their car. And it's actually no Gray Matter racing. They're racing a Honda CRX this weekend. I think I can get a little bit of audio. Let's see what I can do here for you. Nope, looks like they're offline. This is not one of our cameras. This is one of theirs. So one of the Hondas out here this weekend turning laps with us. You can really see how the sun's coming into the inside of the car now, how dried out the track has become. But yeah, Bill had said that there was actually ruts that had developed around the track, out just off track from all the rain they had acquired. You know, the rain had been following earlier. And, okay, I've got a report, a correction on the 480 dropping oil. It was actually just smoke. That's coming from the tower information. So just a correction there. Hard to believe that we would ever make a mistake on ChampCar.Live.
Unbelievable.
This has to be a first. Car getting a little away from him there as he's heading into the corkscrew, a pretty common occurrence there.
The right, i.e. 8B, I believe they call the finish of the corkscrew, that often gets really rutted.
Of course, as you're making a tight left-hander going into the corkscrew, and you get a little too much juice on it, and that back end can want to come around. The car gets really light as it comes over the crest of the brow there and drops down.
And then your suspension immediately compresses.
Right, because you drop so hard, and that can really cost you a code brown moment.
Oh, yeah.
On board with Basil Weenie. Basil Weenie, another one of the teams that typically runs a Miata, but they're running a BMW now.
Yeah, they've come over to the dark side.
I think we can get some audio on them. Familiar BMW inline 6 sound. Of course, out here at Laguna Seca, we have to be really careful with the sound ordinance. So a lot of these teams having to increase the sound deadening, maybe larger mufflers on the race cars to keep that sound down so they don't get ousted.
Yeah, we've seen some real creative muffler setups there.
Basil Weenie having to significantly check up going into 2 as they're just crawling through the hairpin here. We've got a car off driver's right.
With the safety vehicle, yep.
So no doubt that corner is under caution right now. With Autosport has that gap between P1 and P2 cut down to 13 seconds now, continuing to turn much faster lap times.
Got a report that the wetsuit car has blown up.
Yeah, that could be the yellow car we saw off to the right there. to Autosport.
It says mufflers and turn downs. My favorite one, it was here a couple of years ago. They had a dustpan mounted just to deflect the sound. One of the more creative attachments to a muffler. Bandits is waving somebody off.
I think he's just trying to keep people from passing him. They're heading down into that turn 2 where everything's yellowed. Of course, in Champ Car, it's line of sight, so if you can see that the other corner ahead is not yellowed, once you've passed that corner that's under yellow, you can go back to racing. So we've got basically 5 classes of cars. You got a Class A, which is all cars with engine displacement of 1.9 liters and under. So that's a lot of the Miatas would fall into that A class and similar cars. B class cars are 1.92 to 2.4. So this is where the the Ecotech swapped cars end up. C class is
BMW 318s. The RX-7s typically end up in B.
Then you got C class, which is where the majority of the BMWs fall with the 2.4 to 3.9 liter engines. And then D class is where a lot of the American iron falls. That's the 3.92 and up. And so that's where our Pontiac is classed this weekend. And then, of course, the exception class is for cars that don't fit within the rule set. And they're scored differently as a result. So they may look as though they're placed in timing and scoring, but they're actually going to be pulled into a separate... They'll be pulled down to the bottom after the event. So we got a report that another car has come in for fuel and driver. That's the number 217 of Glitch Heroes in the pits right now. Zoom, zoom, kaboom, just putting a pass right now. That the gap, though, now down to 5 seconds between Tooth Autosport and Eurotech. Gunning for the lead now. Team Octane and their Mini Cooper. They got 2 EC cars together up front there, so it's kind of throwing off the timing and scoring a little bit. You can see the clouds up ahead continuing to loom in the sky, but the forecast calling for partly sunny skies. There shouldn't be any additional rain coming.
Of course, Tooth Autosports, a longtime competitor in Champ Car out of the Great White North of Canada.
That was weird. It looks like the steering wheel is telescoping quite a bit in the Pontiac. I saw him push it back down, and it moved like 2 or 3 inches.
It can't be a good feeling.
No. And he's really gripping the top of that steering wheel like maybe he has no power steering. They're just having to muscle it around this track. Looks like Yoda Sport is ducked into the pits. That's the number 317 BMW. 4.8 seconds that last time through. And
Yoda Sports is one of those teams just outside of the championship. They need a good finish here today.
Right. That car still being extracted there just between turns 2 and 3.
Seems to be taking a long time.
Well, if they blew an engine, they might want to be sure and get a tarp under it or something. You know, usually they just roll them, they put them on the rollback and bring them in. But it doesn't look like they're Doesn't look like the teams are having any trouble getting around the racetrack in that part of the course. You know, assuming that it was oiled down. So apparently it's not that bad. Back on board with Ergo Lab with Evan Horner at the wheel. Having fun this weekend out here at Laguna Seca. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. With TireRack, you get free shipping on all orders over $50. That's right, tires, wheels, brakes, suspension, and all parts and accessories. It's the way tire buying should be. Check out TireRack.com. Or you can give their professionals a call at 888-541-1777. You know, these guys, I've talked to them before, got a chance to finally meet them last year, and just a great group of guys, a huge team of professionals up on that second floor. And they're always ready and willing to help you. Strongly recommend you give them a call. Looks like Bandit's in the pits now. Unbuckling, getting ready to do a driver change. You can see that, yeah, it does telescope quite a bit. Looking at the front straightaway here. Still a little bit damp on the inside there, coming down the front straightaway. Roto Palooka also shown in the pits right now, along with USA Racing and Willwood also shown not turning laps right now. Looks like Team Octane and their Cooper just turned their fastest lap time of the day. The gap now between 1 and 2, just 2.9 seconds. And Ergo Lab, you know, they're in the chase too. Just turned a 1:51 on that last lap. That's a pretty stout lap time. It's actually faster than any of the other qualifying cars ahead, as they're currently in third spot.
Check out those two EC cars. Ergo Lab's running in third place.
Yeah.
Like I said, Ergo Lab's he's in the championship with 7 points, but I'm sure he'd like to move up in the grid, as it were.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Evan's going to want to get out of that car handing it over in first place. That would be fantastic. He would love that. So if he can pull that off, he's going to do it.
And that is a relatively new build. So we saw them have problems with the car earlier in the year, but they seem to have settled down. And I believe that's the Tooth car right in front of you.
Yeah, sounds like it. So it looks like as they cross the start-finish line, the Tooth car was still ahead, but Ergo Lab making the pass as they head out into this yellowed corner here. Nope, looks like he's on full power. I don't see that car down there anymore.
Nope. They got him off track.
Nice clean pass down the inside going into through turn 1 and 2. Nice and gentle with the shifter there. Just really taking it easy on the car, but driving hard. This will take him down into turn 5. Nice rev match. So clean going down into 5. The West 2 car has been pulled into the paddock now. Down into 6, you can see how hard that drop is into the pocket of 6. Heading up to the corkscrew. Got a little bit away from him there. Easily caught. Got that Miata working so good. Barely missed a beat. Heading through Rainey. Now down into 10. 1.5 seconds the gap from Tooth Autosport and Eurotech now gunning for the lead. It's getting close.
So I saw a car over there on the far left. That's entering the pits right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at these lap times and you can see they're off the pace, but Evan just cranked out fastest lap time for that car, 1:48.2. It's just getting faster and faster.
Weathertech has given up the lead to Team Octane, although the Team Octane car is an EC class car.
Yeah, they may have reset some things there.
Autosport, that Honda is only
8.8 seconds.
Yeah, 0.839.
Right on his tail that time through.
And of course, our top 8 cars are all on the same lap. Lap 52 we're working.
Here we can see from inside the Basilini car, there's what looks like the Ergolab Miata fighting to try to get by the Honda that's just up ahead. Looking for a way around turn 5. Not going to happen down there. Going to get a good run up to 6. It's really hard to pass in 6. It's a great spot if you can get down the inside, but it's a very narrow racing line there. We'll see how they do pulling up the hill if that Ecotech engine kicks in. Just not going to be able to tries to intimidate down the inside. Meanwhile, you've got Basil Weenie right on his haunches trying to make a move as well. Just a train of cars heading down into 9. Down across the start-finish line. 0.6 seconds now the gap from P1 to P2.
Ergolab's not far behind with a 2.5.
There's the leader in the diesel just up ahead.
Yeah. Laying down a smoke screen.
Yeah.
So these are your 3 lead cars all battling it out.
Yeah, they're all bunched together right now. So it's Eurotech, Tooth Autosport, and Ergolab, your top 3, with last-minute racing right behind them. Evan's looking at this, and I know he's just kind of hanging back a little bit, waiting for these guys to kind of take each other out. He's in a great spot here. Went green at 9 o'clock. Almost done with the stint, unless they already pitted and did a driver change. And he just kind of took it easy coming off there. He is coming into the pits, so Evan Horner going to bring that machine into the pits now for Ergolab and hand over the car in 3rd spot for the next driver. Great drive by Evan Horner today. Zoom Zoo Kaboom also in the pits right now.
And this is the 2-hour mark of the race, so this is entirely expected.
Yeah, this is, in Champ Car, we've got a 2-hour maximum that a driver can be in the car until they have to take at least a 1-hour break. So we're on top of that moment. So we'll go ahead and take ourselves a station break and be back here in just a few short minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live. Eurotech leads the race. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. And welcome back to the Monterey Peninsula here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's a double seven this weekend. I'm Paul Velton with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, live here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. So we've got so many cars ducking into the pits now, that's kind of thrown off things as far as the standings are concerned. But we've got Eurotech, Last Minute Racing, Tooth Autosport. Looks like Ergo Lab, of course, they're just getting out of the pits now. So we'll see how things shake out as they come across the start-finish line here. Yeah, that's kind of thrown things for a loop. Thanks for joining us, everybody. If you are just joining us, we are here for a 7-hour race today, another 7-hour race tomorrow. 57 laps complete so far in today's race. Basil Weenie in the pits right now, getting serviced. Actually working on that windshield quite a bit. They got apparently some debris there. Getting off track just a little bit. Zoom, zoom there. You could hear the rumble strips as they hit the curbing there.
So Chip's asking what he miss. Well, about 2 hours of racing, Chip. Billy chimed in that Visceral broke. We don't know exactly what's gone on with Visceral's 944. Appears to be some driveline problems. We don't know if it's the transmission or the driveline itself, but
yeah, he said he had no gears, so that's why we're sort of guessing it's a transmission issue.
So we don't know if they'll be able to get back on yet. Unfortunately, our ace pit reporter, Bill Strong, has been hijacked for pace car duties.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching the show and you want to come out and join us at the track, please do, and consider volunteering. Be a lot of fun to be out there helping out, pick up some money.
Yeah, we had no volunteers at Laguna Seca at all.
Where is the love?
Where is the love? The
Basil
burning
Weenie.
question in Champ Car.
Basil Weenie.
You see Mini Cooper in front there.
Yeah, back on the racetrack. And Basil Weenie just re-entered the racetrack. The exit of the pits is kind of interesting. Here you actually skip over turn 2 and you emerge between 3 and 4. It's kind of an odd exit. And you sort of enter into the racing line. It's just kind of odd, but right now we're showing Eurotech in the lead, but they're also not turning laps. Last minute racing's behind them with one of the tooth cars back in fourth, well, just third because the lead car's an EC. So then we've got Ergo Lab shown in 5th place. And we'll just see how things shake out as these cars do come in and make their required pit stops and get back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, Sweet Spot and Team Octane shown as our first and second place cars are both EC class cars, so not eligible for the overall win. So that puts Last Minute Racing in first, Ergo Lab in second, In Memory of Orange Yellow in third, Petrol Heads in fourth, and Eurotech Tuning in fifth.
If we get any information on Visceral for tomorrow, we'll definitely let you know. We don't always have that information, and as we said earlier, we're strained for help, so we can't just have somebody walking around gathering information, unfortunately. So we might have to wait. They're really good at publishing things. Steve's really good about publishing things on Facebook to kind of keep us updated on how the team's doing. So it looks like Last Minute Racing has overtaken the lead of the race, with Ergo Lab right behind them in second place, back about 2 seconds. Ergo Lab just turned a 150 lap time. It's a pretty stout lap time, so if they can maintain those kinds of lap times, they might be able to do some damage to the distance that they have right now over the leader. And that's probably the leader just up ahead. They're up about 2 seconds that last time through. Got a car passing them on the outside. Back on board here. This is probably the pass that we just saw with Basil Weenie making the pass on Ergolab.
Yeah, you can recognize that Evan Horner wing on the back of Ergolab's Miata.
Of course, Basil Weenie just trying to unlap themselves and get themselves back into the hunt of this race. Here's Zoom, Zoom, Kaboom. Kind of likewise. Zoom, Zoom down in 20th spot right now. Down into the corkscrew, here we go. Interesting story about the corkscrew, that it was, we don't know for sure if it's legit, the truth or not, but since we don't know, we will say it is. We'll substitute the facts and insert our own for the truth. But it was late on a Friday, and the construction crew was at the top of the hill there, and they were told they wouldn't be able to go home for the weekend until they got down to the bottom of the hill. So they just drove the bulldozer down there, and that's why it's kind of an odd, abrupt drop down into turn 9.
I've never heard that story, huh?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. From there was a woman that's talking about it that worked there. Whether it's true or not, she wasn't even sure. But it's a neat story.
Yeah. Of course, Monterey had street races there back in the early 50s.
Yeah,
I don't know what the story is on the Eurotech tuning Volkswagen Jetta TDI, because they were running up front, but now they've dropped all the way back to 6th place.
Yeah. We just went through a round of pit stops there, so it could have been something that they had an issue in their pit stop. You know, these guys were all running nose to tail. Plus, our timing and scoring information is subject to change. It's not exactly the most reliable. We're just going to go with it. It's usually right.
It's reliable at the track, certainly. Hello, am I on?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it's
Can you hear me, Paulie?
fairly reliable. I can hear you, Doc.
Hello.
Apparently
No, I'm back.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, you were on the whole time.
Huh. Couldn't hear myself, so.
No. We got it.
See, David's asking what was the official start time of the race. I don't know that.
Typically what they've been doing is they put it at the top of the hour regardless of when they actually drop the flag. So the stint will start at at 9 o'clock. And that does help eliminate some confusion. If they did that today, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've run a Mike Morrison controlled race. It's up to the race director whether the official time is the official time or if it's actual when the green flag drops. So,
yeah. Now, I believe this is the diesel Volkswagen that we're on board with right now.
It's certainly not visceral.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're that car's hurt, so. So this is Ecotech. Back in 6th place right now. They were leading the race earlier before that pit stop, and they're trying to work that car back up through the field now.
It's Eurotech.
It's Eurotech. Thank you. It's TEK, Eurotech Tuning.
And that's a 2004 Volkswagen Jetta TDI. course, Volkswagen ran the TDI series here for a couple of years. It's a spec series using only their cars.
And the TDI is a car that appears in the iRacing series, and I've driven the car many times. I guess they had their own series for a while. They may still have a series. I don't know. But an interesting car to drive. Front-wheel drive. Very quick. And I think I had a car number on this thing. Where are we here? Back there it is. Car number 490.
I did some consulting for the TDI Cup with Volkswagen, but it wasn't in conjunction with racing. It was in conjunction with my former career as a lighting designer. So we were able to help them out. They had a couple of huge tents that they used to tech and paddock the cars, and were wondering how to light them. So I suggested some things.
Oh, you're such a nice guy.
I am. Well, they paid me. I'm very nice when you pay me.
Oh. So there you have it, folks. Doc is really nice to you when you pay him.
Yes.
So there's something to be aware of.
Yeah. I can be bought for cheap.
No scruples, this man.
None. No job too small, no check too large was my motto.
All right, looks like trying to get this right. Bandits team getting another driver plugged in here. And they've got another driver, another crewman helping the driver get buckled in.
All right, get that other glove on.
Yeah, you got to be suited up and belted in properly. You're not going to get back on the racetrack. So when he comes to pit out, they'll look inside the window and they'll check him. Make sure he's okay before they send him on his way. And if you're not...
Your Hans device is on top of your shoulder belts here. Loosen it up, I'll put it over the top, you tighten it down. Okay, I don't want you to get hurt out there.
So that's what's happening here. And it looked that way to me here, but I didn't want to say anything because I couldn't see for sure here. Now the belt's going up over the Hans device. Of course, the Hans device is completely useless if the belts are not going over those Hans devices.
Yep, and that's one of the things they'll check at pit out. Make sure your belts are over your Hans device, your window net's up. So I could buy Doc for $1. No, I'm not that cheap, Billy. Jeez.
Could I buy Doc for $1? Oh, jeez. That's worth a try. I mean, it's worth an ask. All you can say is no.
All I can say is no, and that would be no.
So it's last-minute racing, leading by half a second over Petrolheads, who just turned their fastest lap time, trying desperately to catch last minute or take the lead of this race, cranking out a lap time 2 seconds faster than the leader, with Ergolab in third place, back about a second. And then it's in memory of back a tenth of a second. So these guys really going nose to tail as we go on board with Ergolab, where they're the meat and the sandwich of all this action. Winding up through the gears here as they climb the hill. through turn 6, now heading to Rahal Straight. Checking the mirrors. As that Ecotech engine kicks in. On the brakes hard. Downshifting into third as we head to the highest point of the racetrack. Into the corkscrew. Now just feathering the throttle through this very fast turn 9. Now down to turn 10. Leading back out onto the front straightaway. Really, the only cars we have not turning laps right now are way at the back of the field. Looks like just the cars that are broken, like Visceral and West2 and Alchemy, Team Triad and Open Source. Everybody else is on the racetrack right now turning laps. 66 laps into the race.
So in my copious amounts of free time, I did look up Old Yeller, and it was the article I found was Road and Track. It's the junkyard dog that beat the world. So he said, says owner Ernie Nagamatsu keeps raw American power alive at the world's most prestigious events. And to hear some tell it, this Max Balowski guy was the king of engine swaps. We can replace anything with anything. Read the sign that hung over his Hollywood Motors shop in Los Angeles.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Doc. Ergo Lab trying to get by this car just up ahead. I believe that is last minute. That would be for position. Trying to take him down the inside here. Being very careful heading into the corkscrew, but it's a great place to pass. Oh, yeah. Almost forgot to grab fourth gear heading into the turn 9. I don't think it really hurt him too much. Now down to 10. Taking control of the corner. Using all the track. Alchemy Racers in the pits for fuel and driver. Back onto the front straightaway. Goes Ergo Lab. And they have made the pass on last minute, putting them in second place. They're 3.2 seconds behind the leader. So right now your standings are Petrolheads leading with Ergo Lab behind them. Then it's Last Minute Racing. In Memory Of is fourth. Then it's Eurotech Tuning, Tooth Autosport, Roto Paluker, CB Racing, Yoda Sport, Blown My Wad. The top 10. Well, Duralast parts are manufactured to meet or exceed OE quality, durability, and performance. Whatever make of your car you're driving, Duralast parts keep your car driving tough. Duralast's full range of auto parts makes it easy to get the right part at the right time. Whether you're changing your oil or rebuilding your engine, Duralast gets the job done right with shocks, brakes, batteries, starters, and alternators. They also have a really great tool loaner program that I use frequently, so I don't have to buy all those expensive toolkits. Ergo Lab doing a great job getting these passes done. We'll see where they are this time by. Last time they were by, it was 3.2 seconds the gap to the lead. There they go under the bridge with other cars in high-speed pursuit. 2.8 seconds now the gap to the lead for the little blue Miata. And yes, you're right, Doc. They have had their fair share of glitches with the car that they've been working on for the last year or so. But it would seem they've got a lot of that stuff cleared up.
Yeah, I mean, any new build, especially when you do a swap, is going to have some teething problems.
What is he talking about? I'm not even going to get into that conversation. I don't know where it's going to go, so I'm just going to pretend like I didn't read it. Well, you know, Bill is getting older, and with that, the memory goes. And
yeah, Bill should talk about working on cars.
No, if you invite him, then he's going to start talking about it.
Yeah.
And then the tall tales.
I'm just trying to get the conversation off of me working for $1.
Right. 2.8 seconds, the gap from P1 to P2 that last time through. If you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so by going to racehero.io or Race Monitor. You can pick up their apps in the App Store. I know the Race Hero app is free.
Then Race Monitor is almost free. I just got my renewal for a year, and I think it's good for 4 devices, and it's $4.99. That's
like
$4.99.
Can't beat it with a stick.
Nope.
You've got number 28, Cut Corners Racing in pit lane. And they had to push start the Alchemy Racers machine. But they're back on the racetrack in their BMW 318i. Way to go, guys. Yes, Bill, I
so
do
Billy's
work on cars.
upped his offer to $5 now.
This that might work.
Nah, it's considerably off my day rate.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it sounds tempting. Zoom, trying to get the pass done on another car. Looks like I'm not sure. I'm trying to identify that. Looks like a Miata. And you really do get a feel for the racetrack inside the Zoom car. There's some big, steep elevation changes here, and you come out onto the front straightaway, and it's pretty flat, and then you can see how it starts to climb right around this area.
And then dives.
Yeah, you sort of crest up here past the bridge, and then you start heading back downhill through turn 1 here, and now down to 2. Big braking. There's tons of runoff out here if you blow it. But there's a lot of sand out there, too. You really don't want to be there. Using all the racetrack, doing a great job. This track is so satisfying when you get it right.
I wouldn't know about that.
No. I've done a lot of racing in iRacing. I won a race here, and it was so tough. It was so... the guys I was racing were so good. It was extremely difficult. I don't think I ever raced another race there since. It's okay, all right, that's good. I'm not going to do that again. I'm getting too worked up. It's just a game, right? Down into that big dip down there in turn 6 as he climbs the hill. Back on board with Ergo Lab. Fighting for the lead, now 0.6 seconds the gap. Getting a report from Bill, the number 490, which is the Volkswagen, much more composed coming through turn 11 that time. And that's the Eurotech car. Back in 7th place. Actually, it's 5th place right now. Excuse me. Looking for that pass. Can he get it done here? Pushing it down into that final corner there. We'll catch him coming up the straightaway here. Petrol heads in their Mercedes still leading this race. I like how he didn't have to make that upshift going into third. He's got the gearing working really well on this car. Heading into turn 4. Avoids that pill on the inside that'll really hurt the suspension. Using all the racetrack, heading to 5 under the Mother's Bridge. Downshift to third. Go back to power. It's a faster corner than you think it is. You can really put the power down there. There's some good banking there, and it flattens out at the exit. Well, the battle continues, folks. There's so much exciting racing to come. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few short minutes as we go to break. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.champcar.org. 74 laps completed here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca for the TireRack.com Endurance Series. Welcome back, everyone. We still have petrol heads leading by a couple of seconds over Ergolab. Then it's last-minute racing in memory of, then Tooth Autosport, Eurotech, Rotopalooker. Then we have CB Racing, Blow My Wad, and Team Axe rounding out the top 10. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Appreciate your comments over here on our YouTube channel. It's great to hear from you. Lots of great racing going on out here this weekend. And the fight is tight up at the front. No more than a few seconds separating the top four. And Ergolab really has a fight on their hands. They may have gotten by. I'm not seeing the black Mercedes. Well, maybe it is up there. It would be up quite a ways. They may have fallen back just a bit on that last lap. And looks like UVU just ran out from the paddock with a tire as the number 18 comes into the pit. I don't have a number 18 on my sheet, but that's the report from our crack reporter. Double dutying down there in the pits. Oh, it's an EC car. Okay. Yeah, number 18 ducked into the pits. That's the Sweet Spot Racing team, an EC car. Taking a look at that start-finish line. Ergolab doing all they can to try and reel in the leader. So what does the leader do? They just set their fastest lap time of the day, crank out a 150 in retaliation. On board with Eurotech Tuning, a team that was leading the race earlier. Back right now in 6th place. Trying to get that car back up to the front or at least maintain position. You know, this is a long race. There's over 4 hours of racing remaining. Probably 2 other drivers in the pits night right now, ready to get in the car when this driver's stint is complete. And that's one of the cool things about racing in Champ Cars. You got so many different drivers with different skill sets, and so you just never know what's going to happen. Who's going to win this race at the end? And it's
we're showing most of the, we're kind of wondering what happened to Eurotech, and we're seeing most of the pit stops when they came in at the 2-hour mark. Most of them were down in the 6:56 mark, somewhere right around there, and Eurotech's was a rather slow stop at 7:24. So, and again, that is a relatively new team, so they haven't quite got their pit stops worked out yet.
So Bill is bringing up an interesting point. He's saying we're seeing drivers get in the car. He's saying he's seeing drivers get in the car without gloves on during the fueling process, and they got to stop fueling because that's not legal. They have to be completely suited and ready to go with visors down if they're going to start fueling the car. So you can do the driver change, that's true, while you're fueling. You can't work on the car, but the caveat is you have to be fully suited and ready. You can't put your gloves on in the car. So gloves go on before you go over the wall if you're going to be fueling. Can hear the Eurotech driver talking to his crew. Excuse me,
car off to the right.
Ergo Lab. Not Euro. Yeah. Looking at Ergo Lab here. They're down 4 seconds now from the leader. Looks like he's steadily falling back now. The Bandits team out here with us this weekend, back in 20th place, effectively, let's see, they're in 20th, effectively that would put them in 17th.
That is our D-class leader, most likely, because I don't think there's a whole lot of D-class cars out here today.
Yeah.
Trying to see if anything else would qualify for D-class.
Having a little trouble getting it in gear there. He's talking to the crew to let them know. Say, hey, I'm missing a shift here. We may have an issue. Then we got Basil Weenie in a fresh build for them, and you know they're still out there turning laps.
No, Bandits is the only D-class car in our race today.
And here's a look at the world-famous corkscrew at the newly renamed WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. What a cool racetrack and a beautiful place to visit.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of hills, and it's just gorgeous out there.
I used to, when I lived in L.A., used to love driving up the coast to Laguna Seca and to Sears Point. The Pacific Coast Highway is just awesome. Had a little 79 Triumph Spitfire, you know. No power at all. But it was a chick magnet.
Has anybody been warned yet for sound? Yes, there were 5 yesterday.
Yeah, I believe that's what we had. Ergo Lab was one of the cars, but they found a fix. I know one of the other teams helped them out yesterday. And we've seen some ingenious contraptions there. The like I said, the welded dustpan was my favorite.
We got a yellow on the front straightaway. There's an emergency vehicle on the course. Here we're on board with Basil Weenie Racing. And Zoom Zoom Kaboom. Also got a camera in their car. Miatas are great, especially if you're not 6'1".
Kind of difficult folding up in one of those. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. But they are fun to drive. They really are fun. I suppose it depends on everybody's got a little bit of a different style and what they're looking for in a car. We got a message back. The open source Autosport Porsche Boxster has been flagged for sound. This is their second strike. One more and they're done for the weekend. I will say that the Boxsters that I was racing at Road America, yeah, they are loud. Really loud car. more on the outside. They just sound so beautiful though, but they are on the noisy side. And that's like they took a reading of 92.5 decibels on the Boxster. Looks like we got a car. It's Ergo Lab has backed off the racetrack into the sand at T8.
Yep.
Trying to get the car back on the track there. Of course, that's sand right there. And that might be Jerry driving. He's got a lot of garbage up in the back.
What suit Jerry has.
I didn't need to say that. I don't even know why I said that. It can happen to anybody. Everything's okay. Got the car turned back around and back on the racetrack, and he's back up to speed, but we all make little mistakes like that.
Kyle Fegley is in the car right now. So,
all right.
Billy said, hopefully it will still be a racetrack in a few years. And if you haven't been following the story of Laguna Seca, the county heard new proposals to manage the track. And one of them was SCRAMP, the Sports Car Racing Association of Monterey Peninsula, who has been running the track for years and years and years.
Mm-hmm.
The county called for new proposals to run the track. They put in one. Chris Pook, who is the promoter of the Long Beach Grand Prix, the extremely successful race features the Indy cars. And then a local gentleman all put in proposals, and the local gentleman got it. And it, kind of rankled a lot of people's feelings because they didn't feel like SCRAMP was given a proper hearing or Chris Pook. So, and the thought is that Monterey has a tremendous amount of volunteers at the track. And the volunteers are used to working with SCRAMP, and they thought, that there might be a chance that they wouldn't return. But from what Bill says, our Bill Strong says, they're all out there as normal, so little has changed there. But I don't know. Laguna Seca could use some consistency in running the track, and so hopefully that whole situation is going to settle down. In case you don't know, I mean, the Monterey Peninsula, right next to the track, is a very old neighborhood, lots of old money, called Laguna Seca Estates, and there's some of the most vocal opponents of the racetrack, as it were. Now, they're allowed to run a certain number of days with no sound limit, but there's only like 5 of those, and you can pay a fine in order to run a higher dB.
Right.
A higher
Allowance.
dB, but it's extremely expensive.
Right.
Yeah, David's saying Chris hasn't been the promoter for a while in Long Beach. That's true. But just saying he's got a history of auto racing, where this gentleman that is in charge of running the track now has a history in hotels.
So under full course caution here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, for the second time today with 78 laps complete. Petrolheads leads with last-minute racing behind them. Then it's in memory of Ergo Lab, now back to 4th after that unfortunate spin in 8. Then it's Tooth Autosport in the 522 car. Eurotech behind them with CV Racing, blowing my wad. Rotopluker shown in the pits behind them. And Utah Valley University in their Mazda Miata, rounding out the top 10. Team that won the race in Utah a little bit earlier this year.
So CV Racing, that's another team in that Mazda Miata that needs a good finish to go with their 5th place at Harris Hill if they expect to run for the championship at Sonoma in mid-February.
Looks like a Mr. Hill behind the wheel here in the Basil Weenie car. Bill was just mentioning earlier he had seen some teams getting in the cars, the drivers going into the cars without their gloves on, yet they were also, the rest of their team was putting fuel in the car. But you can't go over the wall that way. Visors have to be down, gloves, the full makeup, everything has to be on if you're over the wall and you're putting fuel in the car. We had another driver that showed up at pit out with the belts below the Hans device, and he was getting assistance being belted in, so he didn't know any different. So it's really important if you're assisting with belts going on that those that's like your primary thing, to make sure those belts are going over the Hans device. And that'll keep your driver's safety and keep that device active if they were in an accident. We can hear the Weathertech drivers talking to their team. There's a variety of communications devices that are available out there that work in this type of racing, but probably racing radios is at the top of the heap when it comes to quality, reliability, performance. You really can't go wrong. They are one of our sponsors in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And they're always super helpful. You know, they do make appearances at some of the races, and they're just great people to work with. So make sure you check them out. That's racingradios.com. So
speaking of Hans devices, if you're still looking for gift ideas for the holidays for that favorite petrol head, gear head in your family, my friend Jonathan Ingram has just written a book that's called Crash, which details the history of the Hans device. And it can be ordered at www.jingram.books.com.
Driver inside the ErgoLab car talking to the crew and just talking about strategy, talking about how the car is working through the corners.
So Ray Frank chimed in on this, that it's my understanding that the new manager doesn't take over until after the first of the year, and Scramp is still running this event and doing the schedule. So if you don't know Ray, he is one of our tech inspectors.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ray. Appreciate that. Glad you're listening in. And
hey, guys.
Hey, Bill.
Well, hey, Bill.
Hey, I'm in the pace car. We've got the field right behind me. We have to slow them down really slow. We got the MX-3 with the Camaro front end that just pitted. They got turned around in turn 2. They need to get the safety vehicle to him, track backwards. So I'm basically slowed the field down to nothing, and so they can get their stuff done out there.
Well, you're used to going pretty slow on the track, aren't you, Bill?
Only when I'm behind you. Only when I'm behind you, Doc.
You had that one ready.
Each one's crew can switch.
It's on the hold on. It's on the my list of things to say to Doc. I'm coming up on the corkscrew right now, highest point of this track, something like 780 feet high above sea level.
Can you pick up the pace a little bit?
Double yellow.
What was that?
Don't listen to Polly, Bill.
I said pick up the pace.
Pace car, turn 8.
We're just trying to get you into trouble.
Do you kind of squint your eyes and look out the window, look to the side, and you say, pace car, turn 8?
Well, I had my hands off the wheel as I took turn 8.
Oh, you're doing the knee turn?
I thought that was
awesome.
Pretty cool. I got 2 radios going here, one for the track, one for us. Sorry. A lot of folks sitting on the park side here taking pictures of us as we go around the track at 20 miles an hour. Pace car, turn 9.
Maybe they know who's driving the pace car.
Control 2, safety, what's your status?
I got to get a picture of the famous Bill Strong out there.
All right.
I still think you're going way too slow.
Pace car turn 10. Paulie's.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to do one more lap to stay out there. We'll go one more round at this speed.
Roger that. It's so hard to drive this slow. It's a beautiful track, though. Now, I'm coming into turn 11. Hopefully, I don't lose it like the majority of cars have done today. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I can do this without even touching the brake. Look at that. Apex the corner perfectly. Such a beautiful turn. Some cars going down pit lane right now. 901 just came down pit lane. 211, it looks like, maybe. Or 911. Almost forgot to stop.
Road, Bill.
Almost. It's a straight line, man. I can't help.
So this speed that you're moving at right now, is it kind of like what it's like when you're being towed in?
You see that car off to the left. He's entering pit road right there.
Yeah, we you know, is there a technical difficulty here? I think you need to turn the show off now.
Yeah, actually, I am having problems, but it's not with the computer. Oh, jeez. Flash your lights at us.
That happens with age, Paul.
Does
That's
it?
not. 326 is.
Jeez,
Roger that.
I could walk faster than that. Look how slow he's going. There's a good snapshot, though, of all the cars in the field, though. This is great. This is the Ergo Lab car here, Jerry's car. Tooth Auto Sport.
Bill, you're not carrying enough speed to make that hill.
You're going to start rolling backwards.
I got 320 horsepower. I've got this one.
You're using like 1.2. There goes the Mini Cooper.
Pace car 30 miles an hour.
4.
So this is mainly why the pace car typically goes out, Bill, is to get control of the field.
Am I coming in this lap?
Stand by, I'll let you know.
You got plenty of time, Bill.
So, Bill, did they send you out just to pick up the first car that you could pick up, or did they send you out to pick up the leader?
No, I picked up the leader. The Mercedes.
There's the Bandits car going by.
Let me know if there is anything on course right now, any debris, any disabled vehicles, any dogs, anything. Please let me know now.
There's a lot of dirt at turn 4 that guys have got off into the dirt and pushed the dirt off back onto the track.
Yeah, turn 4 coming up here.
Control copies that. We're going to keep your yellows out. Pace is going to come in, and we will go green on that call.
This is a very fast corner.
Go ahead and come in this lap. You can do right side on your discretion.
And it's really easy to overshoot the exit and end up off in the dirt and the sand, and then, of course, all that gets brought back up onto the racetrack. And imagine that's what he's talking about. The other tendency is to use a little more than the racetrack at turn in.
Going to lunch yet, so I'm going to go up to 9.
Okay. Gosh, that's loud. But the other thing you'll see them do is they'll kind of kick left and then dive into 4 and use just a little bit too much of the track at track left at turn in. That can bring up some, anywhere you go off, you're going to bring up sand and dirt onto the racetrack. But that's most common to pull it up at the exit there. And that's
Pace car turn 7.
That's a really fast part of the racetrack too. So Bill's calling off his position to race control so they know where the car is as they're finishing up the procedures that they need to make the track green again, that they could go back to green. So he's just keeping them updated on where he is so that they can decide as he comes around this time whether or not to bring him into the pits to let the field go back to green or not.
Pace car turn 10.
So that's what's going on right now, folks. Currently, the standings are Petrolheads leading with Last Minute Racing behind them. Then it's Memory Of behind them. Then Ergolab, Tooth Autosport, Eurotech, Blown My Wad, Utah Valley, Team X, Rotopluker, and Yodasport, rounding out the top 10.
Utah Valley's moved up quite a bit.
Champ Car is the simplest path and North America's largest endurance road racing series as we go back to green. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go racing, but without all the hassles, huge rule book, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams, or build your own car. So there's lots of ways you can get into racing, and Champ Car is definitely a great series for you to get started in. As we're on board with the Bandits, still having a little trouble getting that car into gear as he's rocking up through the gears here. Down the front straightaway we go. Here's Zoom Zoom Kaboom. All right, folks, we've reached the top of the hour, so we do need to break for commercial, unfortunately, but we'll be back here in just a few short minutes. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Petrolheads Racing and their Mercedes is leading. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have
That's hard because I can see them. So.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they can ship them to a nearby machine.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the ChampCar Sim series, the sim racing division of the ChampCar Endurance series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real ChampCar Endurance series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Visceral's torque tube broke. Spline.
What is it?
The torque tube, the drive shaft.
So they're broke.
Yeah, so they're trying to find one now. They don't have a spare one. He's got 5 at home. They're really big and heavy, so. Yeah, my Opel has
Lifeline
one.
USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. 85 laps completed here at Weathertech Raceway, Laguna, Seca for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, bringing you full-length race coverage. And we just got a note here that Visceral needs for a 1987 944 Porsche, they need a torque tube. Their spline is broken. They don't have a spare. So if anybody in listening land is within striking distance of helping these guys out in the Monterey Peninsula, please let us know. Oh, big lockup just about slams into the back of that car. Zoom, zoom, kaboom. I don't know. They may have had contact, but yeah, he was checking his mirror going into that corner. When he looked up, his face was full of the back end of some guy's car. But now gets by and heads up Ray Hall Straight. Hopefully there was no contact there and didn't do any damage to the car. Yeah, just looking at it in review, it's just one of those things. Got caught out a little bit. Got to remember to check up a little bit going into those corners. You can't brake in the place where you like to brake because they're going to be braking there ahead of you. But yeah, torque tube, 87 Porsche 944. A little help would be appreciated. Send me a message if you know of anybody out there that can help them out. I'll get it forwarded to the right people.
Are you getting a black flag right now? Is car 5-1 getting a black flag? Not yet. Not yet. 1-9, I think.
1-9? Hopefully we don't get a black flag.
Well, look at the number panel. Tell them to watch the number panel.
Okay, sorry about that, folks. I think there's just some communique going on there. But welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Right now we've got petrol heads up in the front here over last-minute racing. About 4 seconds. And then it's in memory of Orange Yeller behind them with Eurotech and their Volkswagen behind them. Ergo Lab has slipped behind the Volkswagen into 5th spot. Looks like they're trying to work their way by as they're right on their tail right now. Ergo Lab turning a 154 on that last lap, and pretty consistent with where he's been, 52s, 53s, 54s. So hopefully they can just maintain that position. Because they're in a great spot in this race. In a message, we got the number 744 on pit lane right now. The 744 is Wankles and Wankers. Of course, 3 hours and
stayed pretty bundled up here. We've got, let's see, our top 6 cars are all on working lap 85. We've got 4 or 5 cars working on lap 84. So the field stayed pretty bunched up here.
And it's not a terribly large racetrack, you know, at 2.238 miles. It's actually one of the shorter racetracks we run on, but you don't feel like that when you're racing on it. It feels huge by comparison in iRacing. When you're actually on the racetrack, though, in real life, it's like, wow, this track is narrow. That was my first impression. I was like, wow, I thought it felt so much more spacious in the simulator than what it really is.
Right.
We get a message that the Bandits team is being black flagged for passing under caution. So they're going to have to come in and serve a penalty. So they'll be displayed the black flag from 1 or 2 locations on the racetrack. They'll have to come into the pits, and they'll spend about 3 minutes for their penalty, as long as they don't argue too much about it. And then they'll be able to go back onto the racetrack. Let's see if he comes into the pits this time by.
Yeah, I think he is.
Well, most of these tracks, they'll have a black flag. They'll throw a black flag a couple corners before the pit in. And then if you don't see it, they'll throw it again from the start-finish line. And they might even bring out a number panel to make sure that you know that they're talking about you.
Another lap.
Yeah, so the Pontiac continues on.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the black flag station is at Laguna Seca.
Looks like they're rocking one of those wink mirrors, Doc, that you and I prefer, I guess is the word to use. I don't know about like, but they work better, I think.
It's a love-hate relationship. Especially since ours came loose at the last race.
Yeah, we've seen them come down on drivers, and it's kind of comical how they work around it. I got a message here. We might have gotten some incorrect information on that penalty flag, but that's just par for the course, listening to us anyway. Might have been the 119, so we'll just wait to see what we get.
Yeah, just pick a number.
Yeah, that'd be the Willwood guys in their Miata, which is also a black car. It could happen to anybody, right?
Exactly.
You can see the Zoom Zoom guy shaking his hand, just trying to keep those muscles from locking up, keep the blood flowing to those hands. You can grip the steering wheel so tight. You can actually remember a story of one of the guys that my dad used to race with actually popped a blood vessel in his thumb, gripping the steering wheel so tight. Petrolhead still leading this race, 3.7 seconds now. The gap to P2, last minute racing in their 325i. Eurotech behind them, 0.9 seconds in the Volkswagen. Zoom, zoom, kaboom. Rocking up through the gears, heading up into turn 6. See a little brush of the brakes there.
Position.
14th. Okay, thanks for that, Doc. Looking for a way around the outside. Just doesn't have the ponies. Down to 7. Eating those curbs big time. Into the corkscrew. Trying to find his way around as they head towards turn 10. This is a great spot to be in. But you want to seal the deal here. You don't want to be on the outside going into 11. He moves over, almost loses it, but hangs on to it, really sailing through turn 11 there. Comes on by him. So important to get a good run out of that corner. It's easy to get greedy. That's probably the biggest challenge of this racetrack is these corners are like mistresses. They call you in, they challenge you, they dare you to come in too strong. The track is just a little too slick. It can't handle it.
So Elon's joined us on our broadcast with E-Racing.
Oh, yeah.
This track is so awesome. We need to go back.
Yeah. It's a long pull. We may have...
especially from where Elon starts out.
Clear out in Florida on the other side of the
beach, yeah.
United States, right?
It's about as far away as you can get.
Yeah.
And still be in the... not be in the Florida Keys.
Someday when you're rich, Elon, you can have somebody tow the car out there for you, and then you just fly out. Got a car blowing smoke. The Z car, the red, white, and blue one. Yeah, that's the 891, the USA Racing team. Looks like the Willwood Miata is being black flagged for passing under caution. Zoom Zoom still struggling to get around this guy up ahead, and looks like they're having a good race of it. Right on his tail. You know, he's so good through the corners. He's so strong at the exit, and then the horsepower kicks in, and they drive away from you. So he heads out onto the front straightaway. He really needs to just stick on his heels as best he can. Gives him a thumbs up from behind. Can't do it. Going to try and gather him up here going into turn 2 around the Andretti hairpin, a double apex. If he's going to get him, he needs to catch him just at the beginning of his strongest spot, probably heading down through the corkscrew. Or heading into turn 2, that whole complex 2, 3, and 4. He's really good through there. Got another competitor up ahead, slowing him down just a little bit. Going to make the pass on the outside, on the inside of 6. It's a great place to pass. Elon's like, yeah, I'm the truck driver. No, as I said, when you're rich someday, you won't have to be, man. You'll have your own guy, you know. You'll have your own guy that takes the car out there for you. Back on board with the Ergo Lab car. Ergo Lab finds themselves down a little ways now. They've dropped a few spots.
In 6th position. They are on the the last car on lap 90.
Little tire lock up there going into some of these really hard braking zones like turn 2. Turn 8, turn 11, up to 4th gear here. Got a car just kind of crawling around the outside there. Just got a message that the West 2 team, looks like the connecting rod came out of the engine. They were the team that was leading this race early on. You know, the 919, the Boxster pitted early with boost issues. That was during the rain, though. But the West 2 team was leading the race, And it seemed at the time they had gone out early due to transmission issues. And then the 901 came into the pits. This is all very early in the race with ECU issues, with spark issues. They changed out the spark box, the ECU, and that seemed to take care of it for them. They got back out there. And at 10:15, it was Vissel Racing Group with a broken transmission. Actually, the spline broke on their on that shaft, and by 11:30, Ergolab was really fighting for the lead with Evan Horner behind the wheel. Had really muscled that car up to the front. So that's what's been going on here in the early part of this race. Still over 3.5 hours remain in the race so far. So it looks like the West 2 team doesn't have a spare engine, so get some time to do some last-minute Christmas shopping. Sounds like he's having a little trouble rev matching those downshifts. And that's something that's just a learned skill, and not everybody can do it. So you just got to make sure the car is going slow enough that when you do release the clutch, that it's not going to lock up the rear end and send you spinning. Here's Zoom Zoom Kaboom. The 94 Miata trying to get by this other Miata on the outside, turning into 8. It's really a disadvantaged position. Really lets the car sail around the outside and takes the position away. So easy to overcook it up there at the top of the hill. But making good work around the racetrack in that Miata. The front straightaway here, looking from underneath the tower, the flag stand rather. Zoom Zoom Kaboom just sets their fastest lap time of the day, 1:49.2. Tooth Autosport is overtaken for the lead with Eurotech in second. Then it's Petrolheads in memory of Last Minute Racing and Ergolab with Blown My Wad, Utah Valley, Roto Pluker, and T-Max rounding out the top 10. Here's Ergotech. Sounds like he's talking to his crew right now. They're 4.49 seconds behind the leader. Just turned a lap time about a second off of the leader's time, so got some work to do. Pretty much at the limit of what they've been able to do so far with that TDI. And the consistency, though, seems to be paying off. 2004 Volkswagen, one of the newer cars in the series. Lap times pretty good, turning 52s, 51s, and a 50. Now I'm looking over his lap times. Over the last 6 or 7 laps, he's turned a 151, a 152, a 151, a 151, a 151, a 151, a 150, a 152, and 2 151s. Now, that kind of consistency can move you up the racetrack and pass people that have the ability to turn faster lap times, but they cannot continually put those laps together, and they end up getting passed by slower cars because he's just consistently hitting that number that is quick, and collectively he's faster. Talking to his team, can't quite make out what he's trying to get through. Looks like he's waving out. He might have been given a point by. Not sure. He's waving out the window. Got another competitor in front of him, much slower. Fortunately, they see him and let him by. Still talking to his team. So definitely something's up going on right now with that team. Looks like the Bandits team has come back into the pits. They've shut the car off, pulling the steering wheel. Driver is unbuckled the belts, dropping the net. Looks like they're getting out to do a driver change here and take fuel. Team Yoda Sport also ducked into the pits, along with Glitch Heroes and Twisted Sister. Here's Zoom Zoom catching up with the Ergo Labs team. Oh, a really good exit by the Zoom Zoom machine. But now the Ecotech engine kicks in. That power pulls it down the front straightaway. Nice downshifts by the Zoom Zoom Kaboom driver. Working their way through turn 2. Trying to get around another competitor. Around turn 3 under the Cooper Bridge. This will take him up to turn 4. Just lifting off the gas a little bit to get that nose to turn in. Back on the power, rowing up to 4th gear. Now to the Mother's Bridge and turn 5. You can see he's just a little bit more efficient getting through the corners than the Ergo Lab Miata. Now coming 6. This is a real gut check here. One wrong move and you're in big trouble. Both cars manage it well. Heading up to the corkscrew. Through 7 there. Nice downshift. Dropping into the corkscrew now. Ergo Lab, look at it run away with that extra power. Heading into 9. And the skill is so important through there. Trying to present himself for the inside, just can't get down there. Another really good exit coming out of that last corner. Gets up alongside him, but just can't hold on to it. Too much power from that Ecotech engine. The Bandits guys getting that new driver plugged in. Back on board with the Eurotech team. These guys are in second place. Just turned to 150.8. Back 7.7 seconds now from the leader. Another team we haven't spent much time in the seat with is the No Gray Matter Racing team and their Honda CRX. No Gray Matter finds themselves in 14th place right now. Just turned to 151 on that last lap. It's not one of our cameras in the car. It's one that they're providing. Thanks for letting us ride along with you, fellas. Got a report there is a fire on pit lane. We'll hop into the pits here with the Bandits team, see if we see anything, but it looks like the fire's been put out already. So that's good news. All right, so looks like we've reached the bottom of the hour, so we'll step away for commercial and be back in just a couple minutes. Stay with us, everybody. It's Tooth Autosport leading the race here. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. Yeah, welcome back to the Monterey Peninsula here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for this double seven this weekend. Paul Veltum, Doc Waldrop here with you, and Bill Strong live on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The fire I reported earlier was from the USA Racing team in their pit, and that fire has been put out. We've got...
I had to make sure I heard it right, Paulie, but the dates for Sebring are wrong.
Oh, no.
On your announcement. It's actually
Lovely.
December 28th and 29th.
Great. Okay. That's kind of too late to fix it now. I can fix it for tomorrow. Okay. Well,
it's too late to fix a lot of things now.
Yeah. 28th and 29th is what I have on my calendar. Is that what you're seeing
28th
too?
and 29th is
Okay.
correct.
I don't know what
I think on the announcement it says the 7th and 8th.
Whoops. Okay.
Which is last week.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry, I haven't been chipping in too much either.
That's okay.
I'm in a lot of pain right now.
Yeah, I understand. You just take care of yourself. Don't worry about that any.
Oh, it's a little late for that now. I should have started that.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah. It's definitely a little too late for that now.
Basil Weaning. Looks like their camera's gone offline, and we're looking at this morning as they were getting the car ready to go. So try not to focus too much on that camera, although it wouldn't be beyond us to play old footage.
No, it wouldn't.
We've done that plenty of times, and we're not ashamed about it either.
No.
So
we should be, but we're not.
Right. That's what's really bad.
Well, you get what you pay for.
That's right. Free refund there. Good. We'll give you a refund on your way out.
Yeah.
So Eurotech back in second place, continuing to lose a little bit of ground as they're trying to chase down the leader here, but still in a great spot here with over, we got 3 hours and 20 minutes left in the race. Trying to stay in contact with Tooth Autosport. Man, they're a tough team. Tooth is so tough. I mean, those guys, they're just relentless. They always bring a really great car to the racetrack. They showed up here with 3 cars.
Dang Canadians.
What are you going to do? You just do the best you can.
Evidently.
Zoom, no stranger to Champ Car racing either, though. Those guys are pretty formidable in their own right. Bandits back on the racetrack now as they were in the pits a little bit ago. Let's see. Shut up. Car 789 last minute. If you're not first, your laps. And just looking through the notes here, everybody. Appreciate you chiming in over on our YouTube channel. And it's great to hear from everybody.
Yeah, heard from Uncommon Friends here.
Oh, yeah.
To have top 6 non-EC cars within 30 seconds is awesome. And congratulations to Utah Valley and Roto Palooka for a strong showing. Yeah, the Roto Palooka's machine is not their normal machine. They're normally in an RX-7, but a car and Uncommon Friends, of course, have been bitten by the sound bug at Laguna Seca.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had, the Ergo Lab, they've been bitten by it as well.
Yep.
And another team that was warned is the Open Source Autosport guys in their Porsche Boxster. I can remember taking my vintage car to the dyno. My gosh, that thing was so loud. My dad said, your intake manifold is as loud as your exhaust.
Right.
It's so stinking loud. Well, you got to figure there's some valve overlap there. And I just had these little 2-inch horns coming off the carbs, and you could see the fuel spewing out of the carburetor horn a little bit as you revved up through the range, which is totally normal. And so you got some valve overlap. So yeah, man, I mean, that thing's going to be loud. You got both valves open, and it was one of those metal structured buildings. Oh man. Rattled the fillings in your teeth when we'd run that thing up to 7,500.
These top, Tooth has got a pretty handy lead over their competition. They're up by about 15 seconds, but the next cars are all in a dogfight. Next 3 of them, Eurotech is down by 2 seconds. Petrolheads is following them by 0.3 seconds. And then Last Minute Racing is 4 seconds behind them. Ergo Labs has kind of dropped back. They're about another 14.5 seconds behind Last Minute. But they're all on lap 101.
Yeah, there's just, this is such a great racetrack. It's so beautiful. The sun's out now, the weather's like perfect racing conditions. We're in the mid-50s. There's not much wind to speak of. It's like we were just talking about Rotopluker. Looks like they've ducked into the pits. CV Racing, they've crossed the pit loop as well. As we're working our way up to 1 o'clock local time. They're going to go checker at 4 o'clock. We'll see who gets the win this weekend. Here's Zoom Zoom Kaboom also working their way up the front straightaway. Bureau-Tech heading down into turn 2 once again. Talking to the crew. Just letting the car wash out wide, trying to drive that corner more as a single apex, like drive it like a diamond with the point early in the corner. Unfortunately, that allows one of the competitors to sneak in underneath him there, make the pass. Zoom Zoom waving thanks behind as he heads through turn 5 now. This historic racetrack in the Monterey Peninsula, back onto the old part of the racetrack here. Of course, Doc, you've been to this racetrack many, many times in your working career.
Oh, yeah.
I've been out there. I don't remember how many times I've been there. Once or twice for Champ Car.
Never been out there for Champ Car, but I've been out there for the IMSA series many years ago, back in the height of the GTP years. Went out for MotoGP several times.
Ergo Lab in the pits now. Jerry's car. New driver going in. We'll see what he can make of it. That's one of the things I've said before, but I really love about Champ Cars. You get all these different drivers and all these different guys, and it just really, it's a nice mixing pot. Just makes it so interesting, It's not always the same guy and the same lap times. It changes. It just makes it so interesting. Driver getting buckled in here.
I think that's Jerry getting in.
Of course, he's got a driver helping him get buckled in there. For a lot of us, myself included, I really can't see the belts through the helmet. The helmet window's
I can't either.
Too high.
When you get that Hans device, you can't look down, and even if you look down, it's everybody's in full face helmets. So even if you look down, there's just a big blank spot right there.
And there's Evan coming in, trying to help him out there. So they'll make sure that the belts are laced up properly, and they'll get the steering wheel on. They'll hook up the communication system. Looks like Evan's servicing the cool shirt system there. So he'll bring in some ice. Close that back up. They'll do a radio check to make sure the communication system's working. And before the driver's helper to his left leaves, he'll put the window net back up.
And of course, anytime you take fuel, it's a mandatory 5-minute stop. And it doesn't seem very long, but man, it's oodles of time. Oodles? That's a technical term that we use.
Yeah. Go ahead and fire up the car. You got a driver, or not a driver, you got somebody watching the clock on the car. And they'll release him in such a way that when he gets to pit out, there'll be just a few seconds left on the clock. And that keeps him from having to wait down there at pit out and clog up the pits. Gives him the signal to go. You know, it's really hard for the driver to see very well over his shoulder, so you kind of need someone to help you make sure the coast is clear when you pull out. Showing him his driver band there. So he showed up there about 30 seconds early, so he's going to hold him there for a few seconds and then let him go. So he just asked the driver, "Did you take fuel?" And he said yes.
And the pit out guy knows already.
Yeah, it's kind of academic. He's just...
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question.
In other words, you will get busted if you say no.
Yeah, don't lie.
This is pit out here at Laguna Seca. He's actually not on the racetrack yet. He's still in the pit out lane. Here's where he blends into the racetrack right here.
Yep, just after turn 2, before turn 3.
Actually, it's before 4. He's just coming out of 3. No, you're right. I take that back. I take that back. You're right. This 4 is clear over here. So Tooth Autosport out about 25 seconds now over Eurotech. Petrolheads behind them. Blown My Wad, In Memory Of. Team Axe, Zoom Zoom. Utah Valley, A Few Good Cylinders. Last Minute. And Ergo Lab in the top 10. But everything will be shaken up as they go through their pit stops. We'll just see how this strategy sorts itself out. But you can bet we're going to see those same teams up towards the front. We're going to see Eurotech, we're going to see Tooth, and we're going to see that Ergo Lab working their way up to the front. Here's Eurotech, your second place team we were just talking about.
Yeah, Tooth has really turned up the heat. They're running 149 their last lap while everybody else is in the 151s.
They're so tough. You know, their fastest lap time with that car is a 146. Excuse me, a 149. John's saying that his buddy Kyle is driving for the Ergo Labs team this weekend, hoping for a good showing. I think he was the second driver. I think he's already been out. I think he was the second driver in the car today. You hear the driver talking to their team.
So it looked like Eurotech has taken over the lead from Tooth.
Oh, yeah. Tooth looks like they've ducked into the pits.
That'd be about right.
They're showing in Cameron. So's Petrolheads, In Memory Of, Utah Valley, and A Few Good Cylinders. And In Memory Of is just clicked the gone by the pit loop, so it looks like they're heading out. Well, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Circuit of the Americas, Road Atlanta, and WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, just to name a few. I can't believe I left Indy out. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go road racing, but without all the hassles, huge rule book, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path and North America's largest endurance road racing series. While we often see new racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they're all just racers participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel racing. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. And we hope you will. It's so much fun. That's having so many teams out there on the track. So zoom in the pits right now. Getting their, putting in a new driver and getting fuel in the car, I'm sure. Now we got one of the cars. They can't change gears. They're in the pits right now, and they can't. It's no gray matter racing. They were having trouble getting.
So yeah, Sebring coming up. We've got 74 racers already signed up, 74 teams.
I misspoke. It's Glitch Heroes that's having trouble. Well, that's good news though, Doc. Wow, yeah. That's great.
Road Atlanta's rapidly filling up. We've got 57 cars signed up for them already.
I'm so jealous. Oh man, that just hurts. But that's great, and it's just a fantastic racetrack. It reminds me of Laguna Seca. It's just such a special place. So always great to go there. Always a big race for Champ Car, and people just love going to Road Atlanta. You know, a lot of the SCCA national championships were held at Road Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, for years and years and years before the SCCA started moving it around. It's been at VIR this year? I think it was at Sonoma the year before that.
Yeah, when Larry Dent was in the Fort Wayne region, he always pushed for Road America.
Yeah,
it's been all over the place. Yeah,
but yeah, it was at Road Atlanta for years and years and years, 20-something years.
Yeah, that's how we ended up there. That's the first time I'd ever gone there. Is when we went to the runoffs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Eurotech putting a new driver in as well. Back on board with the Pontiac.
I guess I better get my entry in soon for Road Atlanta.
So as we're getting towards the top of the hour here, almost 1 o'clock, we've got a lot of teams cycling through their pit stops. We've got Eurotech shown in the lead, but they're currently in the pits. Team Axe out on the racetrack, shown in second place, blown my wad behind them. They're also in the pits right now. Tooth has just tripped the pit loop in the 522 car. That's the car that was leading the race earlier. We'll see how all this shakes out as they come out of the pits, though. That always throws things off. But yeah, the car I reported on earlier, the Glitch team, that's the team that can't get gears to change inside that car. The West 2 team was the team that led the race earlier today in the number 480. And they began having mechanical issues with that car crop up very early on. They were in the paddock with what they thought was transmission issues. Several laps later, they blew the engine. the 901 was also in the pits at that time. This was all during the early laps of the race when it was still a lot of rain that was being put down. And they had to change out the ECU. They were having spark issues. And then at 10:15 in the morning, Visser Racing Group was stranded out on the racetrack with what appeared to be a broken transmission. But actually, it's the torque tube. I guess they need a torque tube for an 87 Porsche 944. Their spline broke, and they don't have a spare torque tube. It's one of the weird things, the way these Porsches are put together. But they're looking locally, but if any of our listeners know of any, please let us know. Let me know. We'll pass it along to the track and make sure that they find out about it. So that's an 87 Porsche 944, looking for a compatible torque tube for them to get them through the weekend. They've towed all the way out here and could really use some help. Yeah. So the other side of the United States. So if there's anything you can do to help out there, listeners, we sure appreciate it. Make some phone calls for them. Let's get these guys taken care of. $113 laps turned so far. Eurotech still shown in the lead. And they're working their way to pit out. I'm going to look at the clock. You got 5 seconds.
Oh, I thought he said 35.
Oh, maybe he did. Yeah. Yeah, he's not standing there. Probably saw him taking fuel. Zoom, zoom, working their way around the racetrack. Some of these views outside the car, looks like when they go through that corkscrew, it just looks like they've lost control of the car. But it's just because of the odd nature of the way the car drops into that hole. Looks like Team Octane, they're leaving the pits right now. Eurotech, they've crossed the pit loop. Here they go down that long pit out road that takes you down the front straightaway.
So yeah, in memory of Orange Yeller has taken over the lead of this race.
Oh yeah.
With Eurotech's pit stop.
Yeah.
I don't believe in memory of Orange Yellow is. Oh yeah, they have made their pit stop. About 5 laps ago.
Cool. Strategy working out for them. So if we can believe these crazy numbers, Eurotech should be right on their heels, but I don't think that's accurate because of the how slow he has to come out of the pits. Which I actually don't think there's a speed. I don't know that there's a speed limit at the exit of the pits, and a lot of guys tend to be soft through there. It's this huge, long lane that runs down almost a third of the front straightaway, and then it turns left.
Well, you've got to take it somewhat slow because it's even tighter than turn 1.
Yeah.
Because it runs on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah.
And it's very, very narrow.
It's very narrow. You're right. And when I come out of there, when I leave that spot where the speed limit ends, I'm full throttle all the way up, almost to 4th gear. You just got to brake really hard for that left-hander. Looks like Team Axe is in the pits. Blown My Wad has also tripped the pit loop. Okay, got a message. Brake
Seen Ergo Lab drop way back.
Yeah.
Running in 11th now, whereas they were one of the leaders earlier in this race.
Oh, got some bad news on Ergo Lab coming from Bill. Looks like the brakes on the car are shot. All 4. So that's going to seriously hurt. Looks like they've pulled it into the pits. The driver just got in the car. So if Bill knows that, he must be walking around the pits then. He must not be up there at the pace car. You can see the shadow beginning to grow across the racetrack now. All right, so
Dan King is asking, is it cold there? No, not really.
Yeah, it's like mid-50s. The high is 56 degrees today. Well, Doc, we got a break for commercial again. So,
oh, man, already?
Yeah, I know. It comes quick, those half hours.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
So we'll break, and then we'll come back here in just a moment in memory of Orange Yeller leading the race here at Laguna Seca. Back in a moment. Stay with us, everyone.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.champcar.org. 116 laps turned out here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. And it's in memory of Orange Yeller leading the race out here. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. Welcome back, everyone. So we got a report that the number 147 has a right front tie rod loose, with some big vibrations going on. I'll bet they do. 147, that's
I
an
saw
orange
your
pumpkin.
exchange with Dan King. We mentioned it right before. He says this is cold there. And it's like, no, not really. It's in mid-50s. Well, Dan lives in Florida.
He's like, are you insane?
If it's mid-50s, I mean, they're bundled up. They've got space heaters everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that's flipping cold for those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Holy Rollers here saying, hey, check it. Greetings. Laguna is on our track wish list. Well, you're in luck because it's a place we're planning on going back to for 2020. I don't think we quite have the deal sealed yet, but
no, we don't have the date yet. Laguna's kind of got their own policies on issuing dates, and that race normally comes in. It'll be around this time of year.
Yeah. So be sure and join us next year.
We'll get it on the schedule as soon as we get confirmation from the track. We don't expect a management change at Laguna Seca to affect us. So.
And of course, we'll be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2020, so love to have you out there too. COTA's coming up in 2020. All of these big races like that, it's really important for the participation, so make sure you sign up, come out, and go racing with us, guys.
Yeah, and there's a lot of date changes. Let's see. NCM has moved up to mid-March now because COTA has got the date that was typically in June. I'm kind of looking forward to that. NCM has been kind of miserable in June.
Yeah, me too.
So the Indy date changed from our July race last year to September, mostly
so
because the NASCAR season changed. Now Indy is going to have the traditional midsummer date that Daytona had for years. So,
yeah, you guys are going to like racing up here in Indiana in September. It's going to be much more comfortable for you anyway.
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah.
We do like to be comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Zoom Zoom Kaboom has gone behind the wall, and the driver is slowly taking off their gloves and their helmet and everything. So something, perhaps terminal, something's going on there. It was driven back there, but it's one of our camera cars, unfortunately. Behind the wall. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, Eurotech. Eurotech's back out there looking good. They're in, I guess this would be 6th place right now. Ergo Labs struggling in the pits with brake-related issues. They're going to be replacing all the brakes on that car. And, of course, they're stinking hot.
Tooth hanging in there in second behind in memory of Orange Yeller. T-Max, a team that we've seen up there all day. They're running in third. Last Minute Racing in fourth. Petrol Heads in fifth. Eurotech, like we said, they've dropped down a little bit to 6th place.
Yeah, Bill said that the Brake pads on the Ergo Lab car were welded to everything. They just now got them broken loose. Looks like they're just working on the left side now. And there's a look at the world famous corkscrew, a 48-foot drop down to turn 9. And the front straightaway. Very fast front straightaway here at Laguna Seca. Gray Matter Racing, another team that sent us one of their links. Having some fun out here with us at Laguna Seca. So teams not turning laps right now. You got Ergo Lab, Glitch Heroes. We've got USA Racing that had that fire in the pits. We got Alchemy Racers. We got Cut Corners Racing. Westdo that lost their engine today. Visceral still hoping for a torque tube to show up. And Team Triad that went out very early on in the race. And it's in memory of Orange Yeller that took the lead at 12:45. Ergo Lab brought the car in for those brake issues right around that same time.
It's not one thing, it's another.
Roseanne Dana. It's always something.
It's always something. Bill is working hard down there in the paddock. He's taking the camera out of the Zoom car. And ice cream somewhere.
Hang on a second. Hang on. There he is right there.
Talking to himself.
Wave at the camera, Bill. He's pretending he's busy.
And ice cream. And whatever you do, don't let the guys on the show know that I'm taking a break. Okay? Thank you. All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah, we just heard everything, Bill. You're completely busted. So he'll put that camera in another car. Oh, there's the Z car that's out here this weekend, the 326. Yeah. Looks like they're getting a driver in there.
That's Thing 2.
Yeah, Thing 2.
76 Datsun 280Z.
You can see how high they have the roll cage there. Make it a little bit easier for the drivers to get in and out. And
Which way do you want it?
Let's do it backwards, Bill. That'd be so cool.
Which way do you want it to point?
Let's go rearward. So he's going to put that camera in there facing backwards, which is always a neat
So we want to
view.
wish Bill a happy birthday. Yesterday was Bill's birthday.
Yep.
And also Andrea Chiswick's birthday.
Yeah. And Bill is 29 and holding. But yes, happy birthday, Bill.
Some helpful advice.
Bill's loaded with advice, yeah. He's always there to help.
Yeah, I did. Don't spin it. We're looking that way. All right.
We want to make sure we keep looking backwards, not forwards. If we're looking forwards, that means something's gone wrong.
Pull that out.
You know, these old Z cars do really well in our series too. It's amazing how well they work in the series, and they've got a long lineage of racing.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of them on the East Coast, but they sure are popular on the West Coast.
Well, that's because they've disintegrated into the ground on the East Coast.
Is that it?
Yes. They can't
Rust
handle the
buckets,
salt.
huh?
No. Yeah, they're very, very sensitive to salt. They have a history of just rotting apart. It's hard to keep them alive out here. There's still people chasing those 240s, trying to find bodies and get them on the racetrack. We got Uncommon Friends and Rodney Earwood with the JSK guys, right? And as just
Not JSK,
John Allen Special.
Allen Special.
Excuse me. John Allen Special.
Dan King is asking, is Indy sold out? No, it is not sold out yet, but there's not a whole lot of spots left. Let's see. ChampCar.org. Schedule. Indy is up to 92 entries. So there's 8 spots left.
So I'll change that. What was that?
Yeah, I got to get my entry in. Circuit of the Americas. Let's see how many. Got 37 cars there already. I mentioned Road Atlanta is up to, what did I say? 57 entries.
And that was the Thing 2 team.
I got to get my entry in there, I guess, pretty soon.
Yeah.
So there's I just on the road to Atlanta, there's an old team, 633 Squadron. It's coming out for that race. Blitzkrieg, Blue Bayous, Castro Prefect. We've seen them a lot lately. E-Racing, of course, is in there. Crowd Control is going to bring their SVT Cobra. Yeah, here's a new team, Freddie Mercury, in a 86 Mercury Capri.
Oh, too perfect.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Good, Bad, and the Ugly is going to be there in their Camaro. That's Bill Riley, of course. Hong North Grumpy Butt. My God, the Toyota Supra is going to return. The Hot Rod Lincoln. Inactive's going to be there with their 626. They did really well there last year. Local team, Leviathan Motorsports, and their Toyota MR2. Oh my God, I said the MR2 word. Momo Champ.
MR, what? What'd you say? What'd you say?
Yeah. Odor Motor Group is going to be there. That's a local team here.
Down through the corkscrew here with the Z car. Bandits going around.
Propaganda is going to be there. That's our buddy John out of Florida. I left my car, Kenny, parked up near the tower one time, Race Control, and went out to dinner with Rich and the guys from John Allen Special. Came back and my car was covered in WOT stickers. Wide Open Technology. That's John's company.
This was the track where Elon's car was covered in Post-it notes. I can't remember, in this one of those events where we had like 3 or 4 races on that weekend, you know? Yeah.
No, that was
wasn't it?
I think that was Laguna Seca.
That's where we are. That's what I'm saying. This was the event.
I was talking about the Road Atlanta entry list, but
You're in a totally different vein than where I was. Yeah,
an Airbnb home, I think, and the owner had Post-it notes all over everything about how to operate the coffee maker and, you know, this, that, and the other. And so he mentioned it on social media, and the guys, and I don't know who it was, but went into the garage and covered their car in Post-it notes saying,
so
this
awesome.
is the steering wheel. These are, you know, it was pretty funny.
It's too awesome. So perfect.
Team Jackie X got both their cars entered there. Tooth Auto Sports is going to be there. The UGA Motorsports car we saw at AMP is going to be there. That's a Ford Mustang. WM Racing is going to be there. You're familiar with them.
Yeah.
Yoda Sport, a team we see out here at Laguna Seca, is going to be at Road Atlanta. So,
I got a report from Bill on Ergo Labs Miata. He's saying the right front is truly welded together. They're going to have to replace the brake caliper to get that car back on the track. Unbelievable. So the driver's actually checking his Facebook right now, updating his Instagram. No, yeah. Crazy.
oh, that's Mike Smith in the car. I should have recognized the Slim Jim coveralls that he wears.
You really get another aspect of the elevation changes here. Yeah.
Thing 2 is awesome.
You can see what turn 2 looks like. A little bit better view, really. Heading down into 4 here. It's probably the oldest car on the racetrack here. Got that 79 Pontiac Trans Am. Pretty cool shot. And then we go to our 2004 Volkswagen TDI rather. Right now you've got In Memory Of leading the race with Tooth Autosport in the 522 car, T-Max behind them. Then it's Last Minute Racing, Petrolheads, Eurotech, Blown My Wad, Utah Valley, Roto Pluker, 901 Motorsports. Your top 10. Now Bill's saying Mike's wife is watching. Make sure that she knows that he's okay. I think
he's just taking a break in the pits while
you can see that he's just
figure out this
sitting in the car waiting for
brake issue.
Yeah, we've got him on camera here, so they're going to get it. They're still assessing the situation. It sounds like trying to decide if they need another rotor or what all they need. And there's the Mini coming down the inside with a couple of other cars as they head back through turn 2 again. A tribute named the Andretti hairpin, obviously for Mario and Michael Andretti, the Marco Andretti as well, the whole racing clan. You can really see the nose of that Miata dip as they went into the braking zone there. They're hustle up to turn 6. You'll hear the car kind of land in the pocket here, right there.
Yeah, it's a severe drop. That car really loads up the springs, and then climbing that hill, car gets light.
And there's the diesel going by.
Yeah, laying down that smoke screen.
You can see just how beautiful that California sky is as they go under the WeatherTech bridge. There's a car off to the driver's right there, off in the sand. Pushing a little too hard through 9, it looks like. goes ahead and takes the driving line so the faster cars can get by going into turn 11. Nice apex there. Pulls away as they head down the front straightaway again through turn 1 into 2. You can see how long that pit out lane is. It's insane. It's crazy long. Back on board with the Weathertech team. It's Weathertech Tuning. Weathertech currently in 6th place. Just turned a 158. They've just done a driver change here a few laps ago. And that driver just apparently just trying to get acclimated to this very technical and complicated racetrack here in the Monterey Peninsula, Monterey, California. Back on board in the Pontiac. It's the Bandits team, currently in 13th place. The lead and solo D car in the field. If I can say that. Yep, it looks that way. Dan saying that Sebring's shaping up to be a really fast field in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was just looking over to the entry list.
Yeah, we always have a lot of great teams that show up out there. E-Racing, as you said earlier, always shows up out there. You can bet that we're gonna have the 2 Jackie Yates team cars out there.
Oh yeah,
I imagine is it
Team Salen's bringing a couple of their boxers,
and yeah, they're excited about that race. Of course, the Super Beetle will probably be there.
Motorsports will be there with 3 entries. Van Buren Boys Cruise Racing is going to be there in that Altima.
In memory of Orange Yeller, just turned their fastest lap time of the event with a 147.8. That's getting it done, guys. Well done. Tooth Autosport trying to chase them down, but they've got some work to do. Looks like they're down 19 seconds, and they're not showing really the pace they can match to keep up with that. You have to trim some seconds off, and this track is, boy, it really tests your courage. Some of these turns are definitely it's a gut check. A look at the corkscrew here as the diesel goes by. And the front straightaway. For the most part, these teams are just using pump gasoline. They're buying it at the local gas station, trucking it in a drum.
Diesel.
Or in the case, the case of this diesel team, they're buying diesel. I don't know what brand what they have to go with. I know a lot of pumps change over in the winter months to a different type of diesel, keep it from gelling.
Yeah, not in California, though.
Probably not. Oh, I keep going. That's old footage. I need to get rid of that feed.
I was going to say, wait a minute. That looks like...
We'll stick to the current stuff just for fun.
Yeah.
Speaking of fun, we should break for commercial here, Doc. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be back in a few short minutes, folks. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. It's presented by AutoZone. In memory of Orange Yeller is your leader. Back in a moment. Stay with us. Yeah.
think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. But I was so enthusiastic when I said it. It's just not true. Sebring's at the end of the month. It's the 28th and the 29th. So I do apologize for that. I'll have to start cutting that off when we get back to that spot. Anyway, hey, welcome back to the Monterey Peninsula here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. For this double seven this weekend, I'm Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop here and Bill Strong, live on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. As we have 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining in the race. Latest news, it's the Ergolab team in their Miata searching for brake parts as the front brake system has welded up on, I think it's the left front, looks like they have in the air. They were doing so well, too. They really had this thing working well for them until they ran into some brake issues. So once they get this thing figured out with the brakes, it's going to be a tough car to beat. And it could be as soon as tomorrow that we could find them. They were a pretty good threat earlier in the day, for sure. In memory of, Orange Yeller took the lead around 12:45. And that's right around the time that the Ergolab team had to pit. So we've got, in memory of, leading the race with Tooth Autosport behind them in second place, back 19 seconds. But they're continuing to fall behind as In Memory Of is continuing to put the pressure on the field. They just cranked out their fastest lap time of the day, a 1:47.8. Then it's Team Axe, Last Minute Racing, Petrolheads, Eurotech, Blown My Wad, Utah Valley University, Roto, Paluker, and 901 Motorsport rounding out the top 10 as we go on board with Eurotech. Speaking of, in their TDI, they were leading the race earlier today at 11:30. They were fighting for that lead. They've just looked strong all day long. And if you're just joining us, and I see we got 80 people watching roughly right now. If you have any contacts for anybody that has Porsche 944 parts, we're looking for a torque tube for an 87 for Visceral, please message me here on our channel here, or try to get me some message to the track. You know, I can get it to the track. If it comes into the broadcast, I can announce it, and Bill will pick it up and get that message to the team.
Paying attention.
Oh, yeah. So if you don't have it, please make some phone calls. If you know anybody that might have it, you know, these guys would sure appreciate it. They're from Connecticut, and they're out here broken with a part they don't have to replace. So if you can help, that'd be great. Any updates when lap timing will be working again? I didn't know lap timing wasn't working. As far as I know, it's correct, my friend. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. Lap time is like from 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
let's see, because we've got Ergolab is shown in 22nd place and in the pits, so that would be right.
Yeah, and the lap count seems to be correct.
116 laps. Yeah, I mean, if you let me swipe back through the play bar here.
Strangely enough, it doesn't appear to be on our end.
That's odd.
If it was on our end, it'd be a race from several weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. But we would be enthusiastic about it, though.
Yes, we would. And we'd actually know the finish and stuff.
Or worse, we wouldn't know the finish. We'd be as surprised as we were several weeks ago.
We're like chickens. We wake it up in a new world every
Tuttle
day.
Motorsports wins. Wow. Wait a minute. Wasn't this a couple 3 weeks ago? Bandits racing out here. Having a good day of it. Oh, he's saying Orange Yeller has stopped updating. Okay. Well,
what are you watching, Paul? Because Race Hero is working.
Well, we're seeing 130 laps turned in Race Monitor and 116 on Race Hero.
So maybe Race Hero is stopped.
So maybe I can get this lined up for you so you can see this a little bit better. And that's, and I know Ben's watching, so I can have him update that for us, so no problem. But thanks for your observation there, Paul. Appreciate that. So that might be a little more current, eh? Black flag for the 531 passing under caution in turn number 8. The 531 is the Honda Prelude of Catron Racing.
Yeah, it looks like Race Hero froze up. Because I just checked Race Monitor, and sure enough, In Memory of Orange has got credited with 131 laps.
Yeah. But thanks for bringing that to our attention, Paul. Appreciate you.
Yeah, at least one of us is paying attention.
Yeah. Have you thought about broadcasting?
Yeah, really. What do you do on the weekends
What do you
when
do?
You're not racing?
What do you do for 28 weekends out of the year, sir? How would you like to spend 16 hours a day with us? Or whatever it takes. Anyway, we wouldn't wish that on you. But thanks for joining us, everybody, over here on our broadcast, ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We've got 7 hours of racing today. We go checker at 4 o'clock local time. That's about 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. And then we have another 7 hours of endurance racing tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Same stupid announcers.
Through turn 11, onto that front straightaway. Having some fun out here on the racetrack. Isn't this great?
Well, looks like Race Hero's caught up. And remember, Race Hero and Race Monitor, they're third-party applications. So they actually, besides our viewers, timing and scoring knows what's going on, too.
Right.
Apparently, your announcers are the only ones that are clueless.
It shows sweet
But
spot
we
at
knew that going
130, but I'm showing Race Monitor. I don't know that it's caught up completely. Still shows like it's down some laps, so I'll just stretch this out.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that Race Hero's completely updated yet.
Boy, it's getting cold here.
Oh, Lord. So, yeah, I don't have Race Monitor on my iPad. My iPad's almost as old as I am. So I've got it up on my phone. Where's 10 on the list? Car number 10? Yes, my gosh, we do have a car 10. That is Team Axe. See if I can find them real quick.
Thanks, Doc.
Team Axe is running in 12th place. Assuming, yeah, our first two cars are technically EC cars. Well, yes, they are EC cars, so technically they're not available for the overall win. They're not eligible since they're running out of our rule set.
Looks like Yoda Sport's working its way up there as well. Yoda Sport just behind Bandits right now in their Pontiac. On board with Eurotech here. Eurotech back in 5th place. Get this information correct.
So, Carl, maybe you can tell us where Team Axe is out of. I'm not familiar with them.
Got a message that the Ergo Lab also had a hood that flipped up at one point and cracked a windshield. Now they're still in the pits, so that didn't happen obviously recently, but it did happen. They're still working on that the brake system on that car to get him out there, get him some track time.
Yeah, last time I had Team Axe listed was in 2018, and they were running a Mazda RX-7. And this is clearly not an RX-7. I've got them on the entry list in a BMW 325i.
Yeah. So it looks like they've taken the hood off of the Ergo Lab car. And make sure you guys are real careful about those knockoff Japanese aero latches.
Yeah.
Those things always break. They cannot handle the hood pressures that we see. So you just can't use that junk. You got to use the right stuff. If you have any questions, you don't know what to buy, get a hold of Bill Strong.
Hey, what happened was they forgot to put the hood pins back in and the hood flipped up.
Okay. Eurotech is off the racetrack. Looks like they're facing the wrong way. They spun.
Well, that's less than ideal.
They got it turned back around, though. Trying to get up to speed here. That's the, looks like the Mother's Bridge, so they must have spun coming out of 4, which, if you get your tires off, that I've talked about the exit of 4 a few times. There's a lot of, that's where the sand is. You get a little greedy at the exit trying to keep your speed up, and if you get your tires off there, a little bit of side load, you're going to go around. And you're going pretty fast, too. So, fortunately, it doesn't look like he banged up the car. That's the same spot where John Morton crashed a vintage car a few years ago, and he was sure he broke his neck. But he was okay. Thank goodness. Looks like Sweet Spot Racing not turning laps right now, dropping down the standings in their BMW. But yet they show at the top of the leaderboard here on Race Monitor. So, not sure what we got going on here. I'll send a message over to the guys up in the booth and see if they can just refresh everything. We were having a little bit of issues with that early on this morning, too. So, not a big surprise that we're having issues with it at this point.
Oh, you want to talk issues? We've got issues.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, how much time do you have? Of course, we do have a lot of time on this show. probably too much. Weathertech Tuning, I'm back on board with those guys. Car number 18 being black flagged for passing under yellow in turn 7. I don't have a car 18, do I? No. Okay. Now I think we've got things synced up. Yeah, there we go. So sweet spot. Okay, so now we got things synced up here. I'll slip race monitor out of the way. There we go. So we've got just over 2 hours remaining in this 7-hour race today. And of course, because it's 7 hours, that really changes strategy for so many teams, and it really gives them some benefit for, especially if it's a team that really has trouble making 2 hours on a stint because they run out of fuel. So if you're only running 7 hours, you're banking. You get that. You get to cut those stints short so you can make it into the pits and hopefully take fuel before you run out, but keep your driver out there as long as you need to so you can get those 3 stints in and be done for the day.
So, Tooth Autosport, our car running in 3rd place right now, behind In Memory of Orange Yeller, just turned in their fastest lap of the day with a 1:48.361.
Yeah.
And we're only showing them 1.7 seconds behind In Memory of Orange Yeller.
Yeah, there's a real chase going on there. Last minute racing is back about 30 seconds. Then you've got Petrol Heads, you've got Blown My Wad, Roto Pluker, Weathertech, Utah Valley, Bandits, and Yodasport. Kind of nice to see Bandits working their way up there. You know, they struggled, and they were well down the standings. Outside of the top 20 early on today with that rain, just kind of biding their time, and now they've managed to get that car closer to the front now, inside the top 10. They're currently in 9th place with that Pontiac, and of course you reported in your report, your predictions early on, that they've had not a bad year of it.
No, I mean, I said a surprising 4th at Sonoma because normally that track only favors Miatas.
Right.
And so a big D-class Pontiac Trans Am, that course is so twisty that you'd think a D-class car would have a tough time putting their power down.
Right. Yeah, you would think that'd be a pretty challenging situation at a track like this that's demands handling, and they're getting it done. They're getting it done in that Pontiac, so that's great. Looks like Sweet Spot Racing in their EC car, they've ducked into the pits. They're not turning laps right now. Weathertech had a spin here earlier, but they got the car pointed the right way, and looks like they're motoring right along.
I'm not surprised. I mean, Bandits had a 1st place at Utah on Saturday, so that doesn't really surprise me. But the strong showing at Sonoma bodes well. I mean, they're easily in the championship with.
And the Sweet Spot Racing number 18 EC car now is in the pits serving their black flag penalty. Pretty cool shot from behind the Thing 2 Datsun Z as they head down that front straightaway. I could never fit in my dad's race car very well, the Z car. It was sort of my head was always cocked to the right a little bit. The roof line was so low with the roll cage in there.
You didn't have a gurney bubble built in?
No, and I don't know that it would have helped because my head was on the roll bar. I mean, what are you going to do about that? So they put a taller cage in this car, and I think that took the roof off. That's probably the way to go. Yeah, it would be for me. Bill's like, big head? Yeah. Well, we all know I have a big head, so that's...
And well-deserved.
That goes without saying. Well-deserved.
You are the wind beneath our wings, Wally.
Or methane, whatever the case may be.
Maybe a lot of hot air, but, you know.
Back on board with Ergo Lab. Looks like they've decided to put the car back on the racetrack and start turning some laps again. After some significant time in the pits getting those brakes worked on. They've brought the car back onto the racetrack.
It's Mike Smith behind the wheel. Mike's based out of St. Louis, Missouri, an Air Force officer.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel. Back in service again and raced about 3 weeks ago with us at Barber with the Round 3 racing team.
Yeah, he was with paired with the Shift Up ladies. Lonnie Unser, Sarah Montgomery.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Done a lot of racing in Champ Car and other series, and you could tell by the way he's driving. Clean downshifts. Nice smooth upshifts with the shifters, not beating up the car. So we've got in memory of Orange Yeller leading the race by 0.8 seconds over Tooth Autosport, who's trying with all they have to make the pass for the lead. Then it's Last Minute Racing, Petrolheads, Blown My Wad, Roto Pluker, Eurotech, Tuning, Utah Valley University, Bandits, Yoda Sport, your top 10. Ergo Lab was in the pits for quite a while, so they've tumbled down the standings. Down to 26th right now. The Sweet Spot Racing team in their EC car is across the pit loop, so they're on their way out after serving their penalty. Of course, the technique he's using is very common to kind of a slow in, fast out, where you get most of your braking done before the corner and then try to get back to the power as soon as possible. Down into this tricky turn 2, I believe, is where he's at right now. It's a double apex. He's rolling the power in. Back end got a little loose from him there, no problem. Easily caught it. Down to turn 4, just kind of 3 rather, modulating the throttle there. This will take him up to 4. Makes his upshift to 4th gear. Just a brush of the brakes, back on the power early. Letting the car track out. Heading down to 5. Through turn 5, heading up towards turn 6. Now begins the climb up to the corkscrew. Gradually comes through 6. Now up Rahal Straight, continuing to climb up to the highest place on the racetrack. Here it comes. Through turn 7, now onto turn 8. A brake and a downshift into 3rd. Top of the corkscrew drops into the pocket through 8A, heading down now towards Rainey, dropping about 45 feet. A very fast left-hander, just modulating the throttle. Checks up early to avoid any conflict with this car up ahead. Try and take him down the inside. Can't quite do it with that limited power. The driver gives him room on the inside. Not sure it's going to be of much help. Not sure what transmission they have to use to mate up to the Ecotech engine. Looks like the gear shift is a little bit further rearward than it would normally be in a Miata. I can see Mike's having to not only bend his elbow but rock his wrist as well to make those gear changes. The gear shift is quite a ways back. Back on board with Thing 2 Racing. I guess Bill's saying they had to move everything back to balance the car a little bit better. But it is a Miata transmission. I thought so, because I think you just change... I've done a little bit of reading on the Ecotech swap. You change the engine and there's a cross-member change that has to be done too, if I remember right.
Not the Mercedes behind him? Kind of looks like a Mercedes
Could
front.
be. Z-Car, 5-speed. The Z-Car is really the car that followed the Datsun Roadster, which is the car that I campaigned in vintage racing. The Z is one of the many cars my dad campaigned in SCCA. A long history of motorsports success in the Datsun Z. Carrying their way down around, trying to pass around the outside in 6. Heading into 10 here. BMW decides to go around the outside, heading into 11. Here's a look at the corkscrews. The cars come through. And we reached the top of the hour, so we got to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a moment, folks. Stay with us. In memory of Orange Yeller leads here at Laguna Seca. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. 148 laps turned so far, and it's Tooth Autosport now leading over In Memory of Orange Yeller. And that lead just changed as we were away at break. So In Memory of was leading from about 12:45 to about 2 o'clock. As Tooth Autosport has now overtaken them for the lead. So that's Tooth Autosport In Memory of Orange Yeller in second. Then it's Last Minute Racing, Petrolheads, Blown My Wad, Roto Pluker, Eurotech Tuning, Utah Valley, and Bandits. And I just got word from Ben, they're having repeated issues with Race Hero. So we're recommending you switch over to Race Monitor for keeping track of your favorite teams. He's going to continue to work with it, but he's got other things more important to do than deal with that. Back on board with the Eurotech guys and their Volkswagen. One of the few diesels that run in the series with us.
I was going to say, I can't think of many.
Mm-mm. And Bill really likes diesels. He really does. Oh, it looks like they're coming into the pits, too. We just caught them as they were coming in. They're going to pick up their clock here at pit in. And thus starts the 5-minute countdown clock. The minimum time they must be in the pits, assuming that they take fuel. Look at the start-finish line. You can see the sun beginning to set a little bit, as it's just after 2 o'clock local time. So it's starting to swing down to the other side now as the Pontiac goes by the start-finish line, heading down into turn 2. Just notice that all these drivers, it got a little loose from him there. Had to counter steer to catch it.
Like he's still got his hands full.
Yeah, still a lot of tail happy action going on there. I mean, notice these guys he's just kind of kicking the back end of the car around. Notice he kind of grabs the top of the steering wheel. All the drivers do that. They're steering from the top of the steering wheel all the time. You can really see how that steering wheel telescopes out, in and out.
Yeah, that drive me nuts. Of course, that's not a very far drive. It's more like a short putt.
Back on board with thing 2. Of course, the Disney, I think it was Disney's Dr. Seuss characters, thing 1, 2, and 3. It's such a unique perspective here as they head through 6. Now they'll begin climbing up Rahal Straight. You can see the other line this Miata takes, really clobbering those curbs, using them all up. Get a maximum run coming through there. BMW E30 right on his tail. Looking for that inside. As he leaves the inside door open and the BMW pounces on it. A little soft getting out of the exit there, no doubt held up a little bit by the BMW passing on the inside. Couldn't really maximize that corner. Looks like the 490 removed 5th gear because it blew up, and then they just lost 4th gear, so they're going to throw in the towel. Bill told them to run 3rd all the way around. Yeah.
It's a shame. They were having a good run.
Yeah. They'd be definitely under speed at a place like this in 3rd gear. But so the 490 calls it a day. And that was the Weathertech team.
No, they're not calling it a day. They're going to finish. They're putting the driver in. They're putting fuel in it.
Oh.
They're going to run it and finish this race with 3rd gear only. Because VW can.
Because VW can. Got it. Bill's out there yelling at him, telling him to finish the race.
Changed into a pleated skirt. He's got his pom-poms on. He's doing the team cheer.
They bumped the camera, Bill. If you can point the camera back down, that'd be good.
Yeah, Bernie, we think Monterey is going to be back on the schedule next year. I don't see any big changes.
Thank you.
They're normally pretty late to the schedule anyway. And I'm sure Mike is out there talking to him now, talking to the track.
We had a date given to us. We're just waiting for confirmation. It's a pretty cool date, but we'll have to tell you guys about it once we get a final confirmation.
Cool. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Yeah, I mean, this is a track we want to keep coming back to, of course, and we just need to keep our participation going, and everybody can come out and have fun.
We're talking about a 4-week-long race straight through. It'll be pretty cool.
Don't listen to him, folks. He's under the influence of ice cream.
We could do a full week's racing, as long as it was. You'd be perfect for iRacing. You want no sound, and you want 4 weeks or a full week of racing. Well, there's no supply issues in iRacing, and you can turn the sound down if you don't like loud race cars. So that'd be perfect. Eurotech Tuning arriving at pit out without fourth gear, without fifth gear.
So third gear it is.
Third gear, they're going to kind of putt around the racetrack and try to stay out of the way.
Yeah, it makes driving a lot easier. No more of that pesky shifting.
Yeah. Or passing people.
Passing.
All that stuff just gets in the way of the fun.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple cars that are going to be coming in for passing under caution. One of them is the In Memory of Orange Yeller, if you can believe it. That's the 214 car. Charged with passing under caution, and also he wrote down the 322. I'll have to look through the list for 322. Maybe the 522.
522 would be Tooth.
Yeah, I don't know. He typed in 322, and I don't even see that on the track.
322.
There's an 822.
And there's a 522. Those are both Tooth Auto Sport cars.
No.
The Mini is in Black Flag.
We'll figure it out.
Maybe we won't. Hell, we hadn't even figured out the race monitor and quit like 20 laps ago.
Yeah,
so I don't know
Race
how
Hero
on
did,
top
yeah.
of things we're going to be.
Yeah, that reminds me, I need to cover that with something a little more valid. There you go. There's something a little more up to date for you to look at. The Tooth. So the Mini's in Black Flag and one of the Tooth machines.
Yeah, Bernie, Barber indeed has the Laguna Seca date next year, which I don't know. I'm kind of half on the wall. I like the date this year for Barber, although it was the week before Thanksgiving. I don't think that hurt attendance, but the more it pushes back, the more volatile the weather could be.
Yeah, so they've got the Race Hero updated briefly here. We're showing teams not turning laps are the 348, the 214, the 799. So that's Team Octane, In Memory of, and Last Minute Racing. We know that In Memory of is in the pits. And the Mini Cooper is the 348. Yeah, so Tooth Autosport currently in second place. They're out there turning laps. Last Minute Racing as well is in second place, back about 43 seconds. They're on the track turning laps. So is Petrol Heads in third place, back about a lap from them. So that's where things stand according to the information we have at 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining in the race.
Sorry about the occasional groan or sigh, folks.
Because you're miserable. In memory of Orange Yeller, next to be in Black Flags, so they'll be coming in, which really stinks for them. They were leading the race at 12:45 for until about 2 o'clock. So. And of course, we got word that the VW is going to be out there racing just in third gear for the rest of the event. See if they can get that transmission to hold together. That's Eurotech tuning. Here's the Bandits Pontiac. Looks like they're coming in and are heading out of the pits, actually. He's showing him his wristband. Heading down this long pit out straight. And then the tight left-hander. You can see one of the competitors there coming through turn 2. Looks like Gray Matter is in the pits right now. And it looks like they're taking a look at that right front corner. The Honda CRX that's out here this weekend. It's no Gray Matter racing. They're in 22nd place right now. If you include all the EC cars, pull it out and they're inside the top 20. And there's a look at the corkscrew from the flag stand there, the new flag stand that they've erected. Boy, you can almost hear that car bottoming out as it came up over the top of 8. Bill said the diesel smells badly of transmission fluid as they went by. So they got some things cooking there.
One of the things when you hit that corkscrew and you take, you're dropping 45 feet and you're taking that right, it really throws you to the left of the car.
Mm. You can hear the tires protest as they're coming through that part of the track. Back on board with Thing 2 in their 76 Datsun Z. Probably the oldest car on the racetrack right now. So think about upgrading your car or truck, whether it's lift, lower, fine tune, or otherwise light the way. Whether it's lights, suspension, brakes, charging system, engine tuning, wheels, tires, lug nut locks, mud flaps, or wipers, Tire Rack has products to take things to the next level. OE replacement options too. We're here to help. Search by vehicle at TireRack.com or give one of our sales specialists a call at 888-541-1777. And we sure appreciate those guys at Tire Rack. I got a message here, the number 322.
Nah, don't say it. There is no 322.
Okay, I was going through the list. You must have been way ahead of me there.
Strangely enough, yes.
Somebody's in the pits right now. We don't know who. But it looks like Rotopalooka, In Memory Of, and Utah Valley are all cars, and Twisted Sister are all cars that are not turning laps right now.
Oh, sorry.
No,
that one really hurt.
It's okay, brother. It's all right. Bandits having to adjust their mirror every once in a while. You know, those little things can really bug you too. It's those little things of polishing things up. And what's funny is when you're in the moment and it's bugging you, you don't think about it when you're done racing. You forget all about it. And then the next race, it's like, oh, I can't believe I hadn't fixed that yet.
Right.
I really need to remember to fix that. Looks like they're just using a regular rear view mirror. Of course, if you're going fast enough, you don't need a rear view mirror.
That's right. Okay, yes, we have an 822. That's Tooth Autosport. That's our EC class car.
Ah, okay. There you go.
The mystery is solved.
There you go. Here comes the EC Mini. Tracking down the Datsun, looking for a way by. The Ergotech tuning car working their way around the racetrack in third gear. Gets to the
driver instinctively reaches for fourth.
Gets to the top of third gear and that's it.
He's relegated himself to the fact that, nope, that's all I got.
And there's Bandits going by on the inside as another car is leaving the pits, joining the track. Oh, I guess I'm getting a message that there's a spare transmission they're going to install tonight, probably referring to the Weathertech tuning team in their Volkswagen. I think I spelled that right. I didn't spell check Volkswagen. I think I got it right. Farfignugan. I should have just put that down because I know how to spell that, right?
You missed a G, and it's not an O-N at the end, it's an E-N.
Now let's get it fixed here.
Close enough. Just put VW next time, the next time they complain.
Nobody seemed to care, but I bring it up. Yeah, I missed stuff. And W-A...
Details.
G-E-N?
E-N.
All right. There we go. Did that flip? No, it didn't. Okay, that's an E. So it looks like we've got Tooth Autosport in the 522 car still leading the race. They really haven't put a foot wrong. You know, they haven't done anything that's gotten them into trouble. We've seen a number of cars getting flagged in for passing under caution, so they're going to have to be really careful about that. Apparently there's a part on the racetrack that some of these guys are having trouble seeing that yellow flag being displayed. I've noticed that one of the places being reported is turn 8, which is, of course, at the corkscrew, so... There are some places that drivers are really focusing intently, laser focus as they call it, on that apex and just trying to get all their marks right, and they're not looking at the flag stand to make sure that the corner is good to go through. So that's something they're going to have to be careful of. And we want to take a quick break to acknowledge our sponsors as we've reached the bottom of the hour. So stay with us.
That time already?
Yeah, so stay with us, and we'll be back in just a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. 160 laps turned here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, and it's Tuath Autosport leading this race, or just Tooth, I believe it's pronounced, in their A-Class Honda Civic. They just turned their fastest lap time of the day, too, with a 147.9, just kind of putting a stamp on that pass for the lead over the EC
And that
car.
was them just going off to the left of this Datsun Z.
So there you go, folks. That's WeatherTech, Raceway, Laguna, Seca, the TireRack.com, Champ Car Endurance Series. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum with Doc Baldrup and Bill Strong. And we've got about an hour and 25 minutes left in this 7-hour contest. And then we'll be back here again tomorrow for another 7 hours of racing from 9 to 4 local time, Pacific. And we'll go live on the show here at 11:45 Eastern Standard Time. Ergo Lab.
Mike Smith behind the wheel.
Yep. Of course, they've got that fancy wing that Evan Horner and his partner in crime produce. Which a number of teams run that wing, including Tyler Pedersen's team, the Crank Yankers team.
Yep. Biohazard as well.
Yep, Ergo Lab runs that wing, so a number of competitors catching on that this looks like the way to go. Great shot from out the back of the thing to Dotson. Really get a sense of another perspective. Looks pretty cool. Of course, the Eurotech tuning team, hampered by that transmission, just trying to finish out the day with third gear. The Z car coming across the start-finish line, heading back down into turn 2 once again. Some of the cars not turning laps right now. APT Racing and Ketron Racing. Brown Streak. Zoom Zoom Kaboom. We know they had a failure right now. So the team running laps but in last place is Alchemy Racers. They've got that car on the racetrack and they're turning laps. And just in front of them is Ergo Lab. They had some significant brake issues with that car. Got it sorted out, got the car back on the racetrack. Started out today with West2 Racing and their BMW leading the race until they ran into some mechanical issues. We originally thought it was transmission issues. They got the car back out onto the racetrack though, and eventually ran into issues with the engine. They blew an engine in it. The 901 was in the pits early on too. Those first dozen laps or so were under wet conditions as the rain was falling. 901 came in, changed out the ECU. They were having spark issues, got the car back out there, and by 10:15 it was Visceral Racing Group with a broken torque tube. Put them out of the race. Last I heard, they're still looking for a replacement.
Yeah, if you've got one laying around, I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Ergo Lab was fighting for the lead around 11:30, and in second place at 12:30 with Tooth Autosport leading and Petrolheads in third. There was a fire in the pits in the 891 pit, USA Racing. They got that taken care of. But it looks like the car is not turning laps right now. In memory of Orange Yeller took the lead at 12:45 with Ergo Lab in the pits. That's when their brake issues struck. And Eurotech Tuning ran into transmission issues here later in the race, first losing fifth gear and then subsequently fourth gear. So they're trying to finish the race with third gear only. And looks like the Ketron Racing team is now reported in the pits, changing tires. So that's 240. Yeah, Bernie, if I just think, running Elkhart Lake and Watkins Glen, those are just fantastic racetracks. So you got to do it. So I hope you get a chance to join us for those races. It's just so awesome.
So Last Minute Racing, our leader of this race, in my copious notes, I have that they need 2 decent finishes to get into the championship. They've got an 11th and a 9th at Watkins Glen.
Yeah,
so
looks
that
like
would give them 10 points, and 10 points is currently the cutoff to make the championship. It's the top 75 cars are eligible for the championship.
Yeah, it looks like Tooth is ducked into the pits. They're not turning laps. So Last Minute Racing is taking the lead.
Tooth would also need, they're not qualified for the championships. So let me see.
And the Datsun's coming into the pits right now.
Ah, gosh, dang. That has nothing to do with the race, folks.
Let's see. Well, Tooth has just crossed the pit loop, so it looks like they're on their way out. We're on board with Mike Smith here.
522 Tooth Auto. Let's see what finishes they have. 38th at Road Atlanta, no help there. 47th at Daytona, no help there. 79 and 16th at Watkins Glen, no help there. Oh, they had a 9th at Indy. But again, they'd have to get a first place here to put them into the championship, and that would be only with 10 points. And 10 points is currently the cutoff. And we don't know if that's going to even hold up this weekend.
Right. Blown My Wad looks like they've crossed the pit loop too, so they must be heading back out. Thing 2 is in the pits taking fuel, likely doing a driver change too. Last Minute Racing has pulled into the pits, it looks like. They're not turning laps. So your leader comes in. Just looking at their history here. Yeah, they're going to be in to do a driver change and take fuel. It's been quite a few laps since they were in. Looks like gray matter, no gray matter. Their Honda CRX. They've got the hood up in that car. Looks like they're behind the wall, and I don't see anybody under the hood. So it looks like they've got issues with that machine. And here's a look at the corkscrew.
Yeah, what's great about the corkscrew is off to the left is the downslope of the hill that you have to climb to get up to the corkscrew. And it's a great place to watch the race. There's plenty of places to spread out a blanket, take a picnic lunch, a bottle of wine, because you are in California.
Right, right.
But it's a hike up that hill.
Just bringing in a new camera here. Looks like we're going to get a camera for Twisted Sister. And, T. Well,
they're running down in 20th place from what it looks like.
And there's a look from inside that car.
BMW 325 IS.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of 325s, more than I remember seeing out on the West Coast.
Just make some notes on that for us. 325.
That's a 1994 325. So that is the E36 variety.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've done a lot of laps in that car, that chassis. Not a half bad car. Haven't heard too much from the Twisted Sister gang today. I think they would do pretty well around here if it did rain. But I don't think they're going to get any more rain out here this weekend. It's scheduled for some rain tonight, but it's partly sunny again tomorrow.
Twisted Sisters haven't run with us much this year. They had a 7th and a 6th at the two Willow Springs races. That's the only other entries I've shown them for 2019.
I think Bruce is asking about the wings. Were they the ones talked about on the forum? I honestly, I do not follow the forum. I don't have any idea. I occasionally check in on the forum.
Wings you mentioned the Elan wings talked about in the parts forum on the ChampCar website. I haven't seen that post. I mean, the two big wings, of course, in the southeast, it's Johnny with 9 Lives Racing, and then out on the west coast is Evan Horner.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys, Bruce, if you want to know, I can get you the information on it.
I know they're
let me see if I can look it up.
The goose, what do they call them? The goosenecks?
That could be what he calls it.
No, swan. The swan wings.
Is that what he calls them? Okay.
Yeah, because of the way they're mounted. They're not mounted onto the traditional way you see on the back, on the trunk, you know, with 2 uprights. They're more attached to the rear deck, so.
Well, they have 2 uprights, but they're sort of hung.
Yeah, they're swan shaped.
They're hung from the top of the bottom of the bracket instead of the top mounted on top of the bracket. It's kind of odd. It's kind of hard to describe, but once you see it, it'll make sense.
Yeah, when you look at them, they look like a swan neck.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, the Twisted Sister team just joined us this year. So this is a new team to Champ Car.
Gets a little loose there. Again, trying to get onto that front straightaway, and it's just like that in iRacing too.
The forum is 9 Lives Racing. Yeah, they're based here near Road Atlanta.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a different company. And I like to think that I had something to do with that whole thing with Evan starting up wings in the first place. It's probably not true, but I like to think that I did.
No, go ahead and claim it anyway.
I was talking to him about the topic, looking for a solution for our E36. And there goes the Ergolab car there. Speak of the devil, huh?
Somebody mentioned Bill's name? Just kidding, Bill.
All right, so we've got Tooth Autosport leading the race with their Honda.
So what was the question?
And then
Nothing, Bill.
Nothing. 169 laps turned so far. We got last minute racing behind them. Back about 45 seconds. Then it's Team Octane. Oh, that's an EC car. Then it's Petrolheads, rather. Team Axe. Rotopaluker, Blown My Wad, In Memory of Orange Yeller, Bandits, look at that, up inside the top 8 now. Then we've got Utah University, Yoda Sport, 901 Motorsports, A Few Good Cylinders, CV Racing, Eurotech. Tuning looks like they might be back in the pits. Let's check in with them. Looks like they're behind the wall. This might be it for them for the day.
Yeah, third gear might have just finally said, "Oh, the hell with you guys."
When do you get the hint?
So they came down the front straightaway and just suddenly almost came to a stop, put their blinkers on, and I think they made it one lap. I think their transmission just let loose.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way. It's too bad. Well, if they Bill, did you say they had a spare transmission?
Yeah, they're gonna put it in tonight.
There you go. Okay, they'll be back out tomorrow. I tell you, they put up a heck of a fight today, and it was threatening for sure. So look to see good things from them tomorrow.
I think it smoked way too much.
Yeah, it was smoking like crazy, but I think it's a different kind of smoke.
Yeah, they were rolling coal.
Yeah, it's it says on the side of it.
Yeah, Bernie's pointing out that the Swan wing mounts to the top of the wing and the traditional mount is on the bottom. So the Swan helps to clean up the airflow on the bottom of the wing where the downforce is created.
All right.
Basically increase the downforce by a significant amount by going to a Swan setup over a traditional setup because of that. You can put them out to the edges and use your mounts for the edges and gain that as well, plus the side directional forces of a larger side pod that also acts as a amount, but it's all give and take. It can be a little weaker if you do that too. But the Swan is actually a really good design.
Well, of course it is. Evan's using it, right?
Well, he designed, so does Johnny. He does them both. I had a choice of getting, I used Johnny's wing, the 9 Lives wing, and I could have got it with a Swan neck. I decided to go the more traditional because it is going on a Opel GT, and of course an Opel GT, you apply too much downforce on it and it will just make that car way too fast.
Uh-huh. Tell me the one about the 3 bears, because that's my favorite fairy tale.
I am in California. I'm not allowed to talk about bears. That is a reference towards the state animal, not other things.
Yeah, you're in enough trouble with HR anyway.
So with 171 laps turned, Tooth Autosport leads the race.
So I'm getting a little note from Chris Oden out in California. The Twisted Sister has a mannequin that runs with the car, and they call him D. If you get the reference. D. Snyder's the lead singer of Twisted Sister.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, well,
Good.
you're young.
Young. I got that one. I was in my almost late 20s when that song was. Okay, we got to fill 2 minutes of dead air time. What do you guys want to talk about?
No, this, that, or the other.
It's getting chilly here. My phone says it's 55 degrees, but the wind is picked up. So it is getting, that has caused it to get cold enough to where everybody has coats on and hats and hoodies. I know you guys like fall where it's like 20 below outside. I know that's like a warm month. Sorry.
Dan King is shivering just hearing the word 55.
Yeah.
I know, it's cold.
He said, that's cold. Are you kidding? It's cold.
Well, the one thing, I mean, of course, the wind comes out of the west mostly in California, and it's blowing over the Pacific Ocean. And it's not like the Atlantic Ocean, because the Pacific Ocean, the current runs from the north to the south. So you don't pick up any warm water.
I'd like to give a big shout out to Christine, who is home. She broke both legs, both arms, and probably twisted her earlobe. She's not here with us this weekend. I don't know what exactly happened to her, but I think she hurt her knee. But she's watching the show and listening to us, and we miss you. And yes, we have totally demolished the inside of the Champ Car van because we don't know where anything goes. But we figured you could sort it out for us when it gets back to your place. Sorry.
Sorry. We'll just leave a note on the inside that simply says, sorry.
A big Post-it note. We're looking for those, by the way. Hey, when we get back, I want to talk to you guys about something that happened to me yesterday that could have caused me significant damage to my eyes. So when you come back from commercial, Paul, let's talk about that.
Okay, we can do that. We'll slip away to commercial, and then we'll be back when we're darn good and ready. Stay with us, everybody. Back in just a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 Series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.champcar.org. And once again, that's the 28th and 29th of December. No, that badge is messed up, but hey, we're back here live, ChampCar.Live, brought to you by AutoZone at the Monterey Peninsula. We've got Bill Strong. He wants to tell us one of his stories, I think.
Oh, Lord.
See if we can raise him.
How much time is this going to involve with HR?
Well, no, it's not like that. And he's ignoring me, which is fine. He's going to talk about, he was standing.
I'm sorry, we're having an issue down here we're trying to sort out right now, but
okay.
I'm good now.
Oh, okay.
So,
tell us your grinder story.
Hold on a sec. Let me get these cars out of here. It's pretty loud. All right, so yesterday I'm helping some teams get their cars quiet for the race so they don't get banned from this event. And I was standing about, 3 or 4 yards away from a team as they were trying to add some exhaust to their car, and they had a bracket. He took an angle grinder, battery-powered one, and was cutting one of the mounts off for it. And when he tilted it just a little bit, and the blade exploded.
Yeah.
Well, the blade kind of hit me all through my chest, my legs, and then into my glasses. I posted up a picture. I don't know if Paulie can share it, but a piece of blade actually embedded about a 1/16 of an inch into my glasses. And it kind of scared me. It was one of those things, like, you try to act tough, as a guy. You're standing there pit lane, you want to cry like a little girl, and scream like a little girl. But I'm kind of doing one of those checking my body for bullet holes things. Taking a second to see if there was any pain from all this. I was like, okay, nothing embedded itself into my skin.
Right.
I do have this big blade sticking out of my. It was a good, about a 1/4 inch long piece, very sharp, that embedded itself into my glasses. So one of those things, like when you're working around the cars, remember how they say you wear eye protection and all that?
Yeah, safety glasses.
All the time, yeah. But that's the first time that's ever happened.
Right.
So I'm going to go back to our running issue right now, so I'll be back with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, when I use an angle grinder, I used to use these just safety glasses for the longest time, but I've seen so much scary looking stuff with guys getting those wheels explode and then they lodge them in their bodies. I've gone to a full face shield. They're really cheap and super easy to use. They're actually a little bit easier to work with than than the safety glasses, because it's just like putting a hat on. I just have it sitting up on top of my bench press up on that tri-wheel, and just grab it off of that, stick it on when I'm using my grinders and stuff.
Well, the ones that I really watch out for are the little Dremels.
Mm-hmm. They're all high-speed stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And when those wheels shatter, they shatter.
Yeah, this stuff goes everywhere. So it's a good point to bring up, to be careful. You may not be the one operating the device, but you could definitely be a casualty. And they're turning at such a terrific speed. If those wheels are fairly brittle, so if they put sideways pressure on it, it could shatter.
Well, anytime Bill Strong is near you, you should be wearing full safety gear. Maybe
Probably.
even a suit of armor if you have one handy.
There's probably some truth to that, yeah. Oh, Bill. We kid because we care, right?
Exactly.
About 50 minutes remain in the race today. And right now we've got Team Octane. Nope. We've got Tooth Autosport leading the race. Just switch my page over here. There we go. So Tooth Autosport, the 522 Honda Civic, 1992 vintage machine. Then it's Last Minute Racing in second place, back 26 seconds in the rears, with Petrolheads Racing back 1 minute and 5 seconds. Then it's Blown My Wad in their 94 BMW 325 IS behind them. Then it's Bandits in their 79 Pontiac behind them. Memory of Orange Yeller, Yoda Sport, T-Max, 901 Motorsport, Rotopluker, down the top 10.
So I'm chatting with Chris over on Messenger, and she says, thanks to Bill for stopping all that metal from hitting our customers.
Yeah, he's like, he took the bullet.
Yeah.
Way to go, Bill.
And I'm sure that's that remark is in retaliation for trashing her van.
Right. He was probably fine till he said she twisted an earlobe. And that was probably the final straw. It's like, okay, pal, this is coming back. No, being hurt sucks.
Tell me about it.
No, I don't need to. It's front and center for you right now.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. We appreciate you dialing in. And,
and you go to the pharmacy, you can get things for migraines, back pain, shoulder pain, icy hot patches and stuff. But there is nothing for a sword in your gut.
I thought you were going to say there's nothing for a Bill Strong in your life.
I thought he was going to say male menopause, but that was just me.
Watch it, Bill.
So some of the cars not turning laps. Let's take a look at that. We've got no gray matter.
Looks like mental pause.
Yeah, they're not. Brown Streak, Eurotech, Tooth Autosport, the 822 EC car. We've got Utah Valley and Rotopalooka. Those cars are not turning laps right now, according to Race Hero. We've got several cars that have been retired due to mechanical issues, but we're expecting some of those to return tomorrow, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. We'll see how things turn out. Ergo Lab was looking really strong earlier today, and then they ran into some issues with the brakes on that car. It was actually welded. The brakes actually welded together. The pads welded to the calipers. But they got it all sorted out and got their man out there. So hopefully tomorrow they'll have a solution.
That's Jerry behind the wheel now.
Okay.
Jerry Inger. You can see the Colorado sticker on the side of his helmet.
Oh, okay. Is that what that is?
The Colorado state flag.
Gotcha.
And he's got the biohazard sticker there, too.
That's what I was looking at. That looks like the biohazard logo. Now, a lot of times the owner will take the final stint, make sure everybody's got their track time in before he hops in. It just makes things less complicated for him if the car were to break at the end of the day.
Plus, the finishing driver gets all the glory.
That's true.
I think so. I think they get some of the fun, But if they're, if they're just, sometimes it's the other drivers that do most of the work, and then you're just in there holding the position to the end. But either way, that's fine.
Yeah, Ergo Labs has slipped back to 24th position with that long stop.
I like finishing because then it means I don't have to do a pit stop to get out. I don't have to be called in and deal with all
the
that.
Other great thing about finishing the race,
yes.
You don't have to start packing up the pits and loading the trailer.
That's right. Big tire lock going up into 5 here.
I'm not saying I've ever done that, mind you. Of course, you pay the price later because the crew often doesn't know where everything goes. So you look in the trailer after the race and
why did I do that?
You can't find anything.
Right. What was I thinking? Oh, man.
Yeah. It's a temporary reprieve only. So yeah, I've got labels all through the trailer. It doesn't help. Most of my drivers can't read. Maybe I ought to try pictures next.
It is pretty nice coming around and picking up that checkered flag, taking the win. It's nice.
Yeah.
And just taking the checkered flag in general is nice. But yeah, when it comes out for the first time and it's for you, that's a pretty cool feeling. Ergo Lab picking their way through the traffic, trying to get that car back up to the front. Bandit's still out there wheeling away. Bandit's having a pretty good day of it, really. They're in 5th place overall. They're the only D-class car in the field, and they've really shown themselves today to be pretty strong. They haven't really made any big mistakes, and that's probably, between that and the lack of mechanical failures, has really made a big difference in their race. They had a little trouble getting into the transmission into gear here and there. We noticed that.
So one of our viewers, Bruce Mills, I assume, from Uncommon Friends, says Last Minute Racing is really catching up to Tooth. And that is true. They turned in a 150 on their last lap to Tooth's 156.
Yeah, Tooth has turned in a number of laps that were way off the pace. Not sure what's going on. There's some big lap time differences from one lap to the next. They turned in a 52 and a 153 and a 152, but they've got a lot of 56s and 57s since the stint began, so not sure what's going on with that car. They may have an intermittent problem with that car, and that's why they're having trouble keeping those lap times down. So there you go. We'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for the heads up on that, Bruce. 17 seconds is the gap. And we'll see if some of these other teams, if they can keep it together. Going back on board with Thing 2 in their 76 Datsun Z. And a car trying to make a pass coming down the inside, decides the better of it. Going through turn 2 here. We'll look at the corkscrew. Let's go back inside the Ergolab machine. Of course, Ergolab, they, I was going to say what they make, and now it slipped my mind. I think it's furniture.
Yeah, it's dental related.
Gotcha.
Like chairs and stuff like that.
Office chairs that are ergonomically friendly to your hind quarter.
Chairs that make you happy.
I need to find a doctor that can make me happy.
That'd be great. Wouldn't it?
Yeah. It'd be awesome. Somebody needs to explain to me why the healthcare system relies on fax machines to transmit data.
Well, it's secure for one thing.
Yeah.
But they don't all do that. Mine, I use an app. I have an app that I use to communicate with my doctor. It's crazy. It's so easy. If I want to take myself off of something, I say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, and this is what's going on, and I it's good. It's a lot of good communication.
So Last Minute Racing's got that gap down to Tooth to 13.1 seconds.
Jamming on it.
About 40 minutes to go in this race.
About 40 minutes, so got a real opportunity to make this happen in the last minute.
Looks like Tooth pitted like 15 laps ago. And Last Minute, they pitted about the same time.
Yeah. So they got a real chance to take the win in the last minute. So neither one of them's going to have to stop again. So you got what you got. Twisted Sister in the midst of the traffic in their E36. And you can see they got one of those surgical bungee cords, it looks like, extending from the roof down to the belt. help pull the belts out of the way when they get out of the car. Not everybody likes those. I thought it was a great idea. I set that up on the Miata team I used to race with. They loved it. I set it up on our car, the E36, and the boss hated it. So, but it's used in IMSA, and the whole idea is that all the belts get pulled out of the way so you don't sit on them when you get in.
Sit on them, right. I've got most of my drivers trained like you can train a driver. I said a funny.
You want to come back in 5 minutes when you're done laughing so you can speak?
Most of them are pretty good about moving the belts out of the way when they get out of the car. So, petrol racing. What Mercedes are they running? They are running a C320.
Right. It's a Benz.
Or Mercedes-Benz.
Yippee! And back on board Thing 2 Racing in their 76 Datsun Z. Down in some of the easier part of the racetrack, the
That's
flatter
Wildwood
part.
behind them.
Oh, yeah. Of course, Willwood, they do a lot of testing when they run with us.
I say Wildwood. It's Willwood Brakes.
Mm-hmm. They race with us. They test with us. They're promoting a new hub that they've designed for the Miatas. So they're heavily into R&D.
Yeah, and I mean, you can call those guys and describe what you're running, and they know Champ Car very well.
Yeah, of course, they've been in the racing business for a long, long time. And
I didn't even notice it was two brothers racing, asking what Mercedes. That's another one of our Mercedes teams.
Yeah.
They're running a 190, I believe.
Ooh, nice slip down. When it gets a little wide there, trying to find 6 or 9, turn 9 there. Not sure what happened to him there, but Miata took advantage of it. Continuing the drop down to the front straightaway here. That pesky turn 11 gives up on it, heads into the pits.
Yeah,
Might have been
two
a
brothers
little...
runs a 190E.
Ah.
Thought I remembered correctly.
So that puts the Z in the pits. And picking up their clock, and they'll head over to their pit stall to make another driver change, take fuel most likely for the final time today. The Miatas are so much fun to drive. Probably the cheapest car to race in Champ Car. A car that can make it where you can make them work in Champ Car, and the brakes cost less, and there's less fuel that they use, and roadsters are just fun to drive anyway. You can be kind of aggressive with them. Because they're not super tail happy. It's a relatively neutral understeering kind of race car. But there's so many suspension kits and stuff out there, so many things you can do to change it so that the car works the way you want it to. Plenty of parts out there available for them.
Oh, yeah. You can't swing a dead cat and not hit a parts supplier for Miatas.
Oh, I teed you up for that and didn't even realize it.
I was terribly remiss in not working that in earlier.
185 laps turned so far. 40 seconds. Let's see, what do we got? The gap to last minute. We'll see what it is this time when they come by. 8.7 seconds is the gap from P2 to P1. Last minute racing, trying to make a pass in the last closing minutes of this race. Let's see if they can steal the win away. Consistently turning faster lap times. Well, let's see here. Well, yeah, pretty much. They've got They've got some slower laps in there, but for the most part, they're hanging in there. They are catching them. We got the Bandits team that's had a pretty good day of it, really. In 5th place. They're looking for a good finish today. If you're thinking about racing with us, be sure and check out the website. It's ChampCar.org. There's opportunities for you to come out and volunteer. We definitely need some volunteers at the track this weekend at Laguna Seca. You'll get paid, you'll get fed, so come on out and volunteer. Bill will show you around. He'll give you the penny tour. He usually gives you gifts when you leave. So there's plenty of things that you can, gifts. He'll answer all of your questions. Let's see, what else does Bill do for people?
Not much.
Whenever you're thirsty, he'll bring you water. Whenever you're hungry, he'll bring you food. Let's see, what else? He'll make sure you have a place to stay, and he pays for everything himself. It's amazing.
It is great. Yeah, last minute could stand. They've got a 9th place at the Glen this year, so 1 point for the win would put them at 10 points. So that would possibly get them into the championship. Again, 10 points is our current cutoff. So no tooth car is qualified for the championship from what I remember. This is where I get hate mail relying on my memory.
So I guess we got a car that's being held at pit in. They popped the fuel cap and didn't take a 5-minute stop, so they're being held for 2 minutes. Not sure exactly what all that means, but I'm sure it comes into the whole thing of as soon as you remove that gas cap, you're there for 5 minutes minimum.
Yeah.
Even if you change your mind and stick it back on there, that's too late. So and I think that might be what happened. And
Tooth has a 9th at Indy, so they could use the win too to get into the championship.
Yeah, they just need to step up the pace a little bit with that 6.5 second gap. They lost a couple more seconds on that last lap, and
yeah, second won't do either one of these teams any good because that's 11 points.
Now they really need to get that win. So these two are going to have to fight for it.
Last minute still turning quicker laps, 152, 116 the last lap, whereas Tooth could only could only manage a 153.9.
Yeah, down the
so
gap to 4.7. Yeah, they keep chipping away at that. At this pace, at this rate, you're figuring maybe 3 laps, and they're going to make this pass happen. So we're at the bottom of the hour, so we'll go ahead and take our station break and see who's leading this race when we come back. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone.
This is our last break, too.
Oh, yes, it is. Back in a moment.
Coming
Stay
back
with us
for the finish.
Hiya. Here we go.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Coming up next for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, it's the 2019 series finale at Sebring International Raceway, a Sebring New Year's Eve, December 7th and 8th for a double seven. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, with live coverage of 2 7-hour endurance races this weekend at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. Paul Veltum with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong with you this weekend.
As we predicted, Last Minute has indeed made that pass for the lead.
In the last minute of the race, closing minutes of the race. And Brown Streak is in for a fuel and driver. The Ergo Tech guys came in, put the car up in the air, went back out. And looks like the number 51 has retired with fuel issues. That's Team Axe.
Tooth has evidently gotten word to their driver that was a pass for the lead, because they've stepped up their game.
Oh, you mean that guy that just passed me?
151.166 to Last Minute's 151.433. So they're only 1.1 seconds behind them.
Yeah. Whoops. Did I do that? Yeah.
What did you do?
I let somebody buy, and I really shouldn't have, maybe?
Yeah.
Back on board with thing 2 in their 76 Datsun Z. So last minute racing conquers and takes the lead at 3:30 local time. From Tooth. So right now, Team Axe in the lead, or in the pits with Rotopluker, Utah Valley. Those guys probably in the pits for the last time. They get that car back out. They'll. How was it? Team 51 car.
Gary Hornick said, as always, thanks for the entertaining coverage today.
Oh.
He must be watching something else. Somehow he got misdirected.
Yeah.
No, we thank you, Gary.
Yeah. It's nice to hear from the folks that are listening in, and it's always great to hear about the builds and what your plans are for the future, what races you're planning on going to, what you're excited about. And we've had some guys chime in and say, hey, here's what's on my bucket list. I'm really looking forward to racing at Laguna next year, or Watkins Glen, or, Road America. We're excited about Sebring coming up here in a couple of weeks. So, although at the end of the commercial run, for some reason, we have it as the 7th and 8th of December. It's actually at the end of the month. It's the New Year's Eve celebration.
28th and 29th.
And I keep forgetting to cut that piece off of the run, so I'll have to do that for tomorrow's race. Yeah, we've got, of course, February, the big race at Road Atlanta that kicks off the 2020 season, which is always a real exciting race. We always love going there.
Yep, and the next week is the championship at Sonoma.
Yep, we're kind of doing what we're doing here. We're flying back and forth across the United States. It'll be great. Atlanta to Sonoma.
Yeah, the company jet didn't stop in Atlanta, so I didn't make Laguna Seca.
I turned down a trip to Laguna Seca this year so that I could be here for my daughter's birthday. They only turned 25 once. Bill had his birthday yesterday. And so
Andrea had her birthday as well.
Andrea had her birthday. They're both 29 and holding.
Last minute's eked out a 2.093 lead on Tooth.
Great perspective shot here as we head down into that really steep corkscrew, and you can stand those trees that are off to the right. There's a viewing area there, so you can drive back and
awesome.
Stand there and watch the cars come down, take pictures as they come through the corkscrew there. And there's the Ergolab guys. Jerry at the wheel, hopefully enjoying himself. So he heads back out onto the front straightaway. Back on board with the Bandits and their Pontiac Trans Am. Really having a good day of it, those guys. Hats off to them for doing so well in a car that would be considered challenging to drive on a track like this.
I would think so, yeah.
It's kind of an old style racing seat too. It's there's nothing at the shoulders, there's nothing at the head. You're just in a bucket.
I don't know, that telescoping steering wheel gets me.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of NASCAR guys that if you look at the way they're seated in there, that steering wheel is right up against them. I mean, gives them a lot of leverage.
Leverage, yeah.
Pull down on it, What you're supposed to do is pull down on the wheel. You're really not supposed to push. When you push, it's just to assist the pull down. The pull down is that's where your accuracy is. It's not quite as natural movement pushing on the steering wheel to turn it over. So it's a little more difficult to be accurate. You should really be pulling down on it. I think that's why they got that set up like that. You can just kind of pull it towards you if you want to, rather than... They got it on a removable, though, too. So it's they got all kinds of things going on there.
So Last Minute continues to eke out their advantage over Tooth. It's now up, the gap is now up to 2.9 seconds. Last Minute it dipped into the 150s.
Yeah, once you get down to that, somebody's passed you and they start to get away, then the confidence starts to go away. You stop pushing quite so hard and you just kind of let them go. And that's what it's starting to look like. We know the cars can both turn similar lap times, but Last Minute, obviously they've got, they're rocking that BMW over the Civic. They might have a slight power advantage there down the straightaways. But I don't know, I think that's what's fun, is when you get two cars that are performing pretty close together in different ways, and you got a good battle on your hands. You're better in braking and cornering in your Honda, or maybe not. You certainly got the lighter car, so you should be able to brake a little bit later. 18 minutes looks like is the closing down on the final minutes of the race here. Right now we've got 194 laps turned, so giving you a quick rundown, we've got Last Minute Racing leading by about almost 4 seconds over Tooth Autosport in their 522 Honda Civic. Then we've got Petrol Heads behind them with Bandits, Blown My Wad, In Memory of Orange Yeller, Yoda Sport, 901 Motorsport, A Few Good Cylinders, CV Racing. Yeah, that's your top 10 right there. Behind them we got Ketron Racing, APT Racing.
Yeah, the Utah Valley University, they maintained 8th place for most of the day, but it looks like they are not shown turning laps right at the moment.
And it probably, I probably should just mention that the information I'm giving you is not official. The towers, we've been having some issues with our timing and scoring information here today, so don't take it to gospel by any means.
I would not believe anything we say, actually.
Well, if there is any changes, we'll let you know tomorrow. Yeah, we'll let you know tomorrow if there's any changes to those standings.
Yeah, I mean, timing and scoring's got it handled at the track, but Race Monitor and Race Hero are both third-party applications, so.
So here's the Weathertech tuning team. They had some transmission problems. Looks like they're already on to work on that. They're planning on replacing that transmission, so we can expect to see them back out on the racetrack tomorrow. A look at the front straightaway here. We'll probably be able to see the checkered flag dip over the
yeah, you would like to think so.
So we saw the yellow flags coming over, so we'll probably see the checker. But who it will be raised for is yet to be determined. Looks like
what's yet to be determined?
Who's going to take the win?
Yeah.
We've got Yoda Sport, leaving the pits. They've just crossed the pit loop. I noticed a moment ago they were not turning laps. T-Max again has retired with fuel-related issues. Last minute racing took the lead at 3:30 just as we were at commercial break away from Tooth Autosport. We saw it was coming. They were chipping away at that lead for many laps and finally got it done. Both teams should not need to pit again, so it's really all in the hands of the drivers at this point. The gap down to 3.3 seconds now as the Honda has come back a little bit on the BMW on that last lap.
And as I mentioned, these teams need the first place win in order to have any chance of qualifying for the championship. The cutoff is currently 10 points. They each have their best finish was a 9th. So.
Yeah, and the Yoda Sport team is having a problem with their battery. So they're working to correct that.
Yeah, Yoda Sports, this is really, they're just outside the championship with 12 points. So
this stinks.
They need a good finish on either day to go with their two sixth place finishes at Road America.
Yeah, I hear you, Benny. The EC cars do kind of get treated like stepchildren sometimes. We smack them around.
You're going to race a car that's outside our rule set.
Yeah, you're not going to get a lot of love.
We don't have a lot of choice. You're taking a gun to a knife fight.
And I used to race EC too. Twisted Sister out here with us this weekend, having some fun, turning laps. Down in about 13th spot right now. 12th, I take that, with the EC cars pulled out. Of course, the EC car is not eligible for the podium.
Yeah, Nathan's pointing out a good finish today and tomorrow would be sufficient for either team. That's true. Tooth is not in the championship currently.
Yeah, and Tooth is continuing to shave away that lead. It's down to 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds now. Each lap, he's just carving a few tenths of a second here and there. Not really going to be enough to overtake them in 12 minutes. He really needs to turn up the wick and charge after them and put the pass on them. You know, if he's only going to do a couple tenths here and there, he's not going to have enough to get by.
I'll get the championship status updated as soon as I can on Monday once the race becomes official, and get it updated. And then Bill will probably be traveling, so the earliest you might see it is Tuesday.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Appreciate the kind words. And yeah, I know we're going to get some of these cars back out here tomorrow with repairs. So
yeah, I'll try and get that done by probably Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Got a pretty full workload for Tuesday, so look for it Wednesday, unless Mike yells at me to get it done Tuesday.
Mike yell at you? Unheard of. It would never happen.
He uses all caps. We just had a spin at turn 11. We did the car number 4. It's an orange BMW. That's narrowed it down. The 147.
147 spun in 11. Okay.
Like a 180, and then he got it back going and got underway.
The orange pumpkin.
It's a team that's run with us before out here on the West Coast.
Yeah, about the final 11 minutes here.
A little racy out here. Our Ergotech off into the gravel at turn 11. way out there, gets it going, keeps it going, gets it back on the car, leaving a trail of stones and dirt and gravel as he comes down the front straightaway.
It's so easy to do too. That these corners just draw you in and give you false sense of confidence that you can make it happen. And 11's got some good runoff area too. You can straddle the curbing on the way out, but yeah. Oh, and he's off the track again there. Just put 2 wheels off. Trying to find himself here as he's working his way back around the racetrack. Closing minutes of the race. We've got last minute leading by about 3.5 seconds over Tooth Autosport. These Tooth is relaxed a little bit on the charge. Petrol heads behind them. Then it's Bandits, Blown My Wad in memory of Orange Yeller. Yoda Sport, 901 Motorsport, Few Good Cylinders, CD Racing, Ketron Racing.
Is the finish line camera working for you?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Bill. On board with Twisted Sister. In their BMW E36, another popular choice for racing in the Champ Car Series. He's got one of the more full containment style seats in this car where it's supporting the shoulders and the head. It's kind of flared back quite a bit though.
Of course, Nathan with the premium dudes, he's sitting really well for the championship. I don't know if he's going to go out to Sonoma. Maybe if he's still listening, he can answer us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, he won at Indianapolis, and we had a couple second places at Road America in the spring. I think we were qualified for Charlotte this year and chose not to go. You can hear the driver talking to the crew. It's getting down into the last 5 minutes or so of the race. And of course, what they're going to do is the 1 or 2 people that are on pit road that are trying to watch everything, they'll tell the teams that they can come out to the wall and cheer for their team driver as they come by to take the checkered flag on the final lap. And that'll be a few laps from now before they'll get called out in a good way. And I did get word that there may be an issue with the timing loop that they've discovered at the track, and it's something that the timing and scoring is aware of, and so there may be corrections to make what you're seeing here in your timing and scoring information. They've got that figured out, so it'll get corrected.
So Nathan's saying there's no chance they're going to make Sonoma. They were hoping to come out for Laguna this weekend, but they couldn't make it work. So their next race is spring at Road America, the spring race there.
Oh, and I'm getting more information on that loop issue. Looks like it's only 3 cars that are affected, and they're well down the standings. So the effects are going to be felt by those teams further down.
Can't quite hear you, Paulie.
And I got this background noise up quite a bit. I'll back it down here. There we go. All right, coming up on the final 5 minutes here.
Yep, this should be the next to the last lap, basically. Lap times being about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So even I can do that much math.
Back on board with Thing 2 here. And their vintage Datsun Z. Let's see if I can pick out where they're running right now. We haven't really talked about them too much. They're in, well, they're listed in, let's see, it's going to be, I'd say about 16th place. If my math is any good, they'll be in 16th overall. So things looking real good for Tooth Autosport to take home the A-Class win. Last minute taking home the C-Class and overall win. Bandits
pretty much shoot in for the D-Class win since they're the only D-Class car.
Yeah, enjoying 4th place right now. They've really done a great job getting that car to where it's at. And B-Class looking pretty good for Ketron Racing in their Honda Prelude. And here's the Bandits team. Looking at the corkscrew again. And the start-finish line. And this is where we'll be seeing that checkered flag in just about maybe a lap and a half or 2 laps from now. There goes Ergo Lab. Past the start-finish line, back into turn 2 for just the last couple of times before the end of the race today. Really getting haunted there by the BMW as they head into the corkscrew. You can see the track largely covered in shadow now as the sun's beginning to head down behind the trees as it's nearly 4 o'clock local time there at the Monterey Peninsula in California.
An EG on the track.
There's the checkered flag in the air. So it's petrol heads. No. Roll up the screen here. Here we go. So it's last minute racing taking the win out here at Weathertech Raceway, Laguna Seca on day 1 with Tooth Autosport finishing 2nd. Petrolheads is in 3rd. Bandits collects 4th place overall. Blown My Wad behind them. Then it's In Memory of Orange Yeller, Yoda Sport, 901 Motorsport, A Few Good Cylinders, and CB Racing taking the 10th spot. So there's your top 10 rundown unofficially at this time. Congratulations to all of the competitors who came out to run with us today. And we're looking forward to day 2. And as I said earlier, there will be potentially 3 teams down the standings that may be affected by this loop issue that I spoke of earlier. It doesn't look like that will affect the front runners at all. Yeah, I think Bandits did a great job coming up through the field like that. They started out in the wet. It was sketchy. They kept the car together. They kept it on the racetrack, and they didn't really have these mechanical issues slowing them down. They did really well today. So Ergo Lab going to bring their car home after they had some brake-related issues. They did put the car off a couple times, but other than that, it was a good race for those guys.
Yeah, and I mean, Jerry's in the championship, but I'm sure he would have liked to have bettered his position.
Man, as much time as they spent in the pits fixing the brakes, it's really a reset for tomorrow. And maybe he's got an idea for some better brake pads he can run tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how he's run into that problem. It's kind of a strange issue there. We ran Porterfields and Hawks, and shoot, we didn't have those kinds of problems.
Oh, that's because it's you, Paulie.
I don't know about that. I mean, his car's different. It's probably a little heavier. It's faster because of the extra power. I mean, that just throws a wrench into everything.
I kind of learned something about it. He had used those for either a session or one race.
I wondered.
He had on those pads before he did this race.
They weren't fresh.
And I guess historically he had been able to make the race on, a couple of races on pads. So
yeah. And that's another thing that catches us out is the money thing. We don't have endless, finances to keep throwing new parts at it all the time, and it's
not like Doc.
Not like Doc, no.
I'm the one on the fixed income here, remember?
$1 million.
Yeah.
It's fixed, but it's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
The fixed income is the guy who's always fixing stuff with his income, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even.
All right, folks. We're going to do like we normally do. We'll interview all the teams. We're still sorting out kind of finishing order. They'll get that sorted out in a few minutes. And then we'll post them up online tonight. Pacific time.
So I know you guys can't hear Bill, but what he's saying is they'll get the race results updated and publish it online tonight. So you'll be able to get to it. If you don't see it tonight, you'll see it in the morning. He'll post the interviews as well, so you'll get that information. So
yeah.
What I said?
Yeah, what you said.
Okay, man.
Hey, thanks, guys. You guys did a rocking job today, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
No. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you.
Oh, no, please. Thank you. All right, guys. Thanks for joining us here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for day one of the race here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. I want to thank everybody for watching. So we're going to go ahead and sign off for now. We'll be back on tomorrow morning at the same time, which is 11:20 Eastern, 11:40. Excuse me, 11:40 Eastern, 11.
I need my beauty sleep.
Then it'll be 9:40 local time out there, so that Doc can get his beauty sleep. Yeah, it's all very important stuff. Big time stuff. All right, folks, thanks again for joining us. For Bill Strong, Doc Waldrop, I'm Paul Veltum. For the passion of the sport, we'll see you later, okay? Take it easy.
Bye.